Hey, loungers. I hope everybody is doing as great as I am this evening. Listen, guys, we have a lot of material to cover today, okay? And I just want you guys to know that you guys are definitely invited to the party tonight, okay? The rules have changed when it comes to the evidence room. This will be audience participation is expected. So I will be dropping several polls tonight, okay? For you guys to actually vote on the evidence that we'll be looking at tonight. Okay. Really excited to see you all in the building. This is going to be a much more laid back environment tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the rules of the evidence room. Okay. So again, tonight is going to be a much more laid back kind of setting. The audience participation via poll voting, whether and we will what we'll do is we will vote whether or not the evidence that we will be considering tonight is in fact credible or not. Okay. The audience will definitely take part in deciding that. It'll kind of be a yes or no kind of thing. I'm not going to make it too deep for us, right? But that's kind of what we're going to do. And I'm not going to lie to y'all. We are going to be here for a very long time. I don't know about 5, 6, 7 hours or nothing like that, but I expect to be here for quite some time because I have a lot of evidence to provide, okay, from various people and into various situations, but about and around the things that we have talked about in the past week, okay? So there is quite a bit of that going on tonight, and I'm really hoping that you guys will be able to interact with this as well. Okay, everybody, please do hit the like button on the way in. Please also, along with this, please do still mind the chat. Please do not disrespect anybody in here. That includes myself, anybody that I have on the panel tonight, any moderators, of course, and as well as anybody in the chat. Okay, the lounge is a disrespect-free zone. We are not going to be doing that today. You will be blocked. You will be booted from from the chat. It's just what it is. And we're just not doing it. Mods do have full control of the chat again. So, please don't call me letting me know that you got blocked. If you got blocked, it's because you did something. Okay. So please mind your manners and make sure that you're doing the right thing. Okay. All information that I have seen in regards to this, everything that we will be presenting today, I have already looked at it and I have verified that it is tangible and credible evidence, and it is available for public viewing. We are going to view it together, and if anybody wants a link to it or anything, as long as that is fine, I will go ahead and provide that to you. Okay. I'm not going to be providing links in the description box, but if you want those links, I can certainly get them to you. All comments that are appropriate will in fact be highlighted tonight. Okay. So I'm looking forward to highlighting comments tonight and interacting with the chat tonight in this very interactive series that we'll be doing, a part of this series. Okay. That we'll be doing. And again, the panel is open for appropriate discussion tonight. Okay. So I have already pinned the link at the top. If there's anybody that would like to hit the link, I did invite a special guest up tonight. So I have 2 special guests I invited up tonight. So those 2 are welcome to hit the link whenever they're ready. And, anyone else, of course, that wants to hit the link and join in on the conversation, you are also welcome to do that. Again, please keep in mind, I will be putting up the banner to verify you. Okay. You will not be let up if you are, if I'm questioning whether this is you or not. You will also not be allowed up if you are, if I feel like you're going to be disruptive to the channel or disruptive to the show. That is not something that I am intending to tolerate. Okay. So yes, you're not going to be allowed up. That's just what that is. Okay. All right, guys. So I think we have got the rules out of the way. Let me go ahead and take a look at the comments section. Shout out to Teresa for being in the building. I appreciate you for being in the building today. And the guys, good evening. Hope all is well. Make sure you guys grab your food, your libations, a little smoke, and get ready for this wild interactive ride, guys. Okay. Strap in, child, because y'all about to see some stuff tonight that I'm telling y'all, I was shocked. Okay. I ain't even going to hold y'all. So I want y'all to go ahead and take a look at the things that I seen. Okay. And know me and mine, you are not late at all. Shout out to you, Miss Thangs. I appreciate you being in the building. Redbone with the new money. Definitely appreciate you as well. Beautiful. I appreciate you being in the building. Ray Triggs, I appreciate you, bro, for being in the building. The beautiful Bernice, I appreciate you as well. Hey, Carla Martin, I hope you're doing well. I've been having you in my prayers, and I hope that you are doing well. Everybody make sure that they are sending a positive light out to Carla Martin for the loss of her family member. And everybody's just kind of speaking to each other. Hey, Too Big, I appreciate you being in the building. Yes, welcome everybody, and please hit the like button on your way in, guys. Okay, like is free. Okay, you ain't got to worry about no Cash App, no super chats, of course, no more. You ain't got to worry about no Zelle, none of that. Just free 99. Okay, for the likes. So make sure you guys do hit the like button. All right, let's see here. Risley, I appreciate you being in the building as well. Charles Bonet, I appreciate you being in the building as well. You said, I heard a penniless prostitute was calling people broke because she's confused bed warming with owning property. Child. I heard that too, okay? So I was going to get into a little bit of that tea tonight, okay? Because I feel like it's worth it, you know? But we'll go ahead and get into a little bit of that in just a moment. Everybody's kind of speaking to each other. Hey, Slander, I appreciate you being in the building. R&T Edutainment, I appreciate you as well. I'm not sure if you're going and planning on being live tonight. I'm not going to hold you. I probably won't be done by 10. I have so much stuff. I had even thought about I thought about going live around 5:30. For all the stuff I have, I thought about going live around 5:30 just so I can be done by the time the front porch opens, right? I'm not sure if you're planning on opening the front porch tonight, but I ain't gonna hold you, child. Like, we have a lot of material to cover. So let me know. And of course, I will redirect everybody there, okay? If Sexy Toy Lady is going live tonight, let me know as well. I will redirect everybody there. But again, I'm not trying to take away from our regularly scheduled programming that we do usually have on Friday nights. So if you do plan on doing that, I will be, having everybody, if they want to come back, that's perfectly fine over here. We're not going nowhere, okay? We definitely not taking this down, so you won't miss it, okay? But if he goes live, let me know, and I will definitely be directing people there, and people can go and kind of watch what they'd like. He said, do you hear that, Mikey? LOL, that means don't you hit the link, nigga. Mikey can hit the link as long as he's going to be contributing to the conversation, okay? Now, if you're not contributing to the conversation, I don't really know about that, okay? I don't know about that. You say, yeah, but put out the info. Don't mind me. Okay, no problem. Okay, so we're going to work together through this. Again, if you're going to be live, I am going to, let people know at 10 o'clock. If I'm not done, I'm going to let people know to go over there if that's what they like to do, okay? But I'll probably be still in the mix of exposing some information, okay? Because, child, we got a lot to do today, okay? A lot, okay? I heard niggas beating on their mom is talking shit. I heard bitches that's admitting to being prostitutes are talking shit. Like, there's just so much stuff, okay? So we are definitely going to get into all of this hot tea today, guys, okay? But shout out to y'all. Definitely appreciate y'all. You said, Carla Martin, I was going through the same. A close friend of mine's just passed. I'm so sorry to hear that, Too Bigs. Prayers for you, and I definitely have you in my prayers, okay? Mikey, I appreciate you being in the building. Let's see who else we got here. Defrauding, I appreciate you being in the building as well. Okay, you're driving. Okay, no problem. Okay, guys, so let's go ahead and get started, okay? I think we're about ready to go ahead and get into all of this stuff because we got a lot going on and I don't want to hesitate with it. So let's get into the surviving evidence room intro. I'm not even going to hold y'all. I had no idea where I really wanted to begin with this, okay? Because there's so much evidence that I have to present to you guys tonight that I really didn't even know where I wanted to begin. But I'm going to tell you where we're going to begin. Since, we got some fools over here that want to be talking trash about the Tpri and talking trash about the women and the men of the sector, I think it's appropriate to start there. Okay, so what I did, guys, was I downloaded a portion of Remix's video from today where these Negroes was talking big cash, big money shit. Okay, I'm talking about big time slander and big time the libel against motherfuckers. Okay, so we are going to be talking about that. We're going to kind of stop and go and kind of listen in to some of the things that they were saying. I only downloaded about maybe 10 minutes of it. I thought that was enough, and I thought that was definitely enough to provide evidence against the things that they were saying. Okay, so again, this is a evidence room. Okay, every single one of us are going to act as judge and jury tonight. We will decide whether or not the evidence that is presented is fact and the evidence is credible. Okay, and we will then vote on that. So I'm going to put the first poll up now. Let's start our first poll. And it's going to be a very simple question. Is this evidence we are watching credible? Okay. Now, do not answer the question until you actually see the evidence. Okay. We're going to go ahead and watch a video first. We're going to listen in to their evidence. Okay. Because like I told you guys, when we're in the evidence room, we're going to get evidence from both sides. Okay. We're going to hear their side of the things and we're going to hear our side of things. Okay. We're going to take into consideration everybody's side of evidence. Okay. And find out whether or not these things are credible. So we're going to listen in to the first part of this evidence. First, I do have the poll up. So please don't try to answer the poll, guys, until you have an answer, okay? Because you haven't watched it yet. So, okay, let me first bring that up. Let me start with sharing my screen. Ciao. This was a hot mess. This conversation was crazy. All right, so we're going to get into this now. Let me go ahead and I'm going to put up, you know what, I meant to make a banner for this, but I didn't. So it's all good. But hold on one second. I'm going to put up my viewer discretion banner because what I don't want to do is have any copyright issues. Matter of fact, I'll just put this one up. You know what? No, we're going to do this one, guys. Shout out to you. Hold on one second. Oh, I got the wrong pin up there. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. You know what? I was in the wrong room at first. That's why. All right. So let me go ahead and put this in the comment section real quick for y'all. Let me unpin the other one. All right. Hold on, guys. I'm going to unpin this one first. I see y'all answering already. Damn it, y'all. I can't trust y'all Negroes for shit, okay? Shit. I was going to put it up in the poll before I started the show, and I was like, no, let me not do that because then they're going to be, they're going to be answering the question before the show even starts, right? And look at y'all. Y'all in here answering the question before the show starts, okay? Don't make no sense. I know y'all trust me, though. Shout out to y'all. All right, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at, okay, so I should have the right one pinned now, okay? I do apologize for that. Yep, I've got the right one pinned up there now. All right, so far we got 82% that are saying yes, okay? We have 11 votes, and we got 18% at no already, okay? So, hey, Rex, I appreciate you being in the building. Let me go ahead and go over here and look at y'all comments again real quick. And then, like I said, guys, this is going to be much more lighthearted than last night and than the other shows have been. This one, and, besides this side note show, this one is going to be much more lighthearted tonight. We're going to have fun. We're going to enjoy ourselves and enjoy each other. But I do appreciate all of you for being in. Let's see. Do I have anybody new? I said hi to Rex. Okay. Share the show out, guys. Everybody in the black beef sector, black sector, our sector, share this shit out, okay? That way everybody can get up here. Hey, girly, what's going on?
Hey, girl, I was waiting backstage in the other one. Like, I guess she taking her time. That's fine.
No, my bad. Wasn't even looking for a second. I was trying to get everything together. Okay, so so no problem. You already answered the poll.
Yeah, but I think I misunderstood it.
Okay. Well, basically the poll is just saying, is this evidence that I'm about to present credible? Okay. So let's go ahead. I already put a cover over the conversation because again, I don't feel like fooling with Remix and him trying to send me a copyright or some dumb shit. And so we're just gonna go ahead and use Dre as evidence against her as the cover. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started with that conversation. And we're just going to listen in. So I'm going to mute. Can you mute me, Karen?
Yeah.
It makes no fucking logical sense. What, you want to publicly shame me? Bitch, you can't publicly shame me. I get paid to publicly shame people. That's the difference. I'm the real dominatrix around this.
Hey, Steph, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You're muted. Hold on, guys. I'm pulling a guest up on the panel. Steph, I can't hear you.
Muted. Okay, I'm trying to stay unmuted.
Okay, my bad. I was hitting the mute too.
Hey, Steph.
So,
hey,
you are doing such a good job with this. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I know this is taking so much of your time, and I really do appreciate it.
No problem. I was actually in a position where I could do this today, so
that's
I'm
badass.
cool. I worked on a lot today for this. So yeah, this is a lot. It's a lot of material we are covering tonight. I'm so thankful that you're up here. Shout out to you. I have one other guest I did offer to come up too, so we can wait on them. But let's go ahead and get started now. Not this chick is already admitting that she's a whore, right? Like,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to maybe clarify things so we kind of know like what we're trying to get at.
Okay.
When you say credible, it's like credible as to what are we arguing that the evidence is going to show exactly?
Okay, so meaning like, is this evidence that we're looking at or that we're listening to? Is this something that we can say, yes, the AFWs are guilty of, right? This is something that they really have done. Is the evidence showing proof that they really did this? You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so the evidence itself is going to state like what the AFW have done, and then is the evidence itself credible to show that what it's alleging is true, essentially?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. I got it.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. And I'll be putting that poll up every couple of minutes. Like every time we do a new evidence piece, we discuss the evidence piece, we'll be kind of going into another poll. Okay, so I'm gonna end the poll once like we're finished with this video. Okay, well, I'm gonna end this poll. Okay, and then whoever thinks that whatever they said is credible, then we'll go from there. So what I'm gonna do is restart the poll so y'all can stop.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's what I want to know because I thought she meant like, are they credible? And I'm like, hell to the no.
Okay. All right. So I'll restart the poll and we'll do this again. So let me create a new poll. Thanks for coming up, Steph. I appreciate you. Okay. So let's start that again. So now that everybody understands the question, one moment. Okay, so I'm starting this poll again. Again, guys, I want you guys to kind of hear the video first, okay? And then answer the question. So we're going to scrap this one poll that we just did, okay? That poll means nothing, okay? All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's get started with the video. She already started telling everybody that she's a hoe, so we'll go back a little bit and let her start again.
Go back and forth with them for what? To keep saying what? The same shit over and over again? You dusty, you ugly, you stink, your breath stink, you ain't got shit, ain't never gonna have shit, you a hating ass, grown ass motherfucker. Like, go back and forth for what? I done already cooked these motherfuckers. They call me the dungeon girl. That's fine. You're a prostitute. They're the real, you are.
Now hold on a second. When did she cook any of us? Do you recall any of that?
I don't remember that either. And I thought the thing that I said about her was that she was an illiterate prostitute who abandoned her children.
Right. Yeah,
that's what I
thought.
About that. That's what my criticism of her was. And that she was a trafficker who tried to illegally sex traffic people through trickery and scams and shit. Like, I don't know what she's talking about, cooking who.
Yeah, that's kind of what I remember. I remember her trying to trick me into some bullshit at the dungeon, right? I don't recall her cooking anybody, okay? Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all remember me cooking her. Y'all put a 2 in the chat if she cooked me, okay? We'll go ahead and wait on that. But let's go ahead and finish playing this video. At least she is admitting, for the first time in the history of the sector, she is finally admitting that she is an actual prostitute, okay? But shout out to that. And I see all 1s so far. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Literally, this bitch is the definition of a prostitute. She's a swinger, but she's not a swinger. Now she just cooks and cleans for old white men. So you a slave? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Like, and this is her shit. You know what I mean? Like, this is her shit. I ain't even get online talking like I was doing that shit. These motherfuckers the ones that's talking about. I mean, am I wrong? You talking about I'm a swinger. Then when it's called out, oh, so you have sex with other couples? No, I just go cook and clean for old white men. So you saying that you a slave? So Carrie was right to call you a mammy?
What's that got to do with slavery?
I'm just asking a question.
Say that again.
How's getting paid to cook and clean when you want to get paid to do that slavery? How is that slavery?
Yeah, I have no idea what she's talking about. So I can say that, yes, I have been into that lifestyle at some point, but that doesn't mean that you're having sex with a bunch of people. I'm not sure where, her degenerate mind that's being, put out, to prostitute for her man's friends. I could see where she would think that every single woman, is just out here sleeping with every man in the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
But no, sweetheart. That's not me. Okay. That's not what I do. And I've never done that. So, I don't know where she got that from. But yeah, I think she just throwing anything out here, just to talk shit because she really don't have anything credible and doesn't have anything real. Right. But either way, guys, in just a few minutes, you guys will be voting on whether or not this is actual credible evidence that she's saying. Okay. Let's go ahead and finish up with what she's talking about and what Remix thinks is funny.
Questions that everybody else got. Then it's, oh, this is my black sister. Then it's, oh, no, she's going against black people. She's a racist. She's not really black, even though her mom's black. Oh, look at her hair. It's so pretty. Oh, look at her braids. She looks black today. Like, it's just like, I'm not about to keep going back and forth with these people. Oh, she's a bad mom. Okay, great. But I can tell you
are though.
Like, my kids' Social Security.
Hold on a second. You are a bad mother. Like, is it? Who says that? Who says, "Oh, I'm a bad mother"? But so what? Like, what are you talking about, girl? You can't justify the kind of behavior that you have done towards your own children. That, by the way, you claim don't even exist. Right? Remember when you were telling all of us that these children that you have don't even exist? Right? Do you remember that, Karen?
Yeah, she denied her children. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
That's
and
what
put
she
that
needs to be cooking for. I bet they wish she would cook.
Yeah, I bet they wish she would cook for them. I bet they wish she would do something for them. That she would be in their lives. But she acts like they don't even exist, right? But let's go
and
ahead.
I don't remember anybody fawning over her biracial hair. I remember her shoving her biracial hair in Tpri's face when she was making racist comments about Tpri. I remember that. But how is it one day you have pretty hair, the next day you're not black? Like, those are not mutually exclusive. Even if this imaginary fawning over her biracial hair ever happened. What does that have to do with you not being black and you abandoning your kids? Nothing? Oh, okay.
Right, that's what I thought. Like, okay, let's go ahead and listen in a little bit more before I actually play a clip of regards to her kids. Okay, let's go ahead and keep going.
Because I refuse to get.
That's the kids that don't exist, right?
The job.
Hold on, guys.
I'm not literally doxing my own children and talking about their mental health and creating an insane digital footprint of them in a negative light. At least when I post my kids, it's in a positive light. I'm not sitting up here crying to a space that I know don't like me, that I know uses everything that we say against us to talk about my kids' mental health.
So let's talk about that real quick, because I do remember when I talked about my son's condition, and I talked about, I actually talked about it prior to knowing what his real condition was, right? He had been to a psychiatrist that didn't know what they were talking about. And then we went back to we went to a team of psychiatrists and had some battery testing done for him. And it turned out that he didn't even have the condition. So everything turned out great with my son. And he's doing excellent now. But I want to make it very clear, the conversation that I had. Hey, Hollywood, appreciate you being in the building. Shout out to you. I'll get in the comments in just a second, guys. No, this isn't Make a Change. Hey, Make a Change. Appreciate you being in the building. This is not just breaking the culture. We're going to be talking about a lot of minions today. Okay, quite a bit of them, and quite a bit of information will be coming out today. We will be here for quite some time, but we're just going to get this bitch out the way. Okay, so either way, basically, I forgot what I was about to say.
Well, you were talking about, she had said that you put your son in a negative light.
Oh, yeah. So she basically was trying to say, that I'm trying to garner sympathy of the sector by talking about my son. When in actuality, I was only talking with the members that I had, okay? I had never talked about this with the sector. This is not a conversation that I opened up to the sector until one of y'all's people snuck into my membership and then started leaking that information to the sector. That's what happened. Okay, so we're going to be real about what actually happened in this situation. These were paying members who had always been around, who had been members for a couple of years before I actually had that conversation with them. Okay, there's other content that I've had on members only on the highest tier that has never been ever leaked. Okay, but I just happened to do that one time. I had a candid conversation. It used to be called Candid Conversations with Tpri, and that was one of the conversations I had. I had a conversation about trauma from my childhood when I was 2 years old, okay? And those are kind of the things that I had. And these AFWs took those stories and made them what they wanted to make them. For instance, we talked today, you guys will hear how Breaking the Culture will be on Remix's channel telling people that my grandfather was sex trafficking me, and that she has audio of me telling the world that I was recruiting girls to be sex trafficked for my grandfather.
Wow.
I was like, you cannot be serious. Like, I know you don't think anybody believes this story, but if you think if you're claiming that is so true, I'm not really sure why you haven't produced the evidence yet, because as you can see, I still have multiple mounds of evidence against Breaking the Culture. That's actual fact, okay? That are documented facts about her, okay? We're not making up stuff about her. We don't have to lie about her, any of this stuff. I'm glad that, she's finally admitting that she is a known whore and these kinds of things, but at the end of the day, we don't have to make up anything. about
Well,
breaking.
can I say, Tpri, that this is more of the ableist language from the AFWs and their minions.
Right.
I've heard you speak about your son's mental illness or issues or struggles that he had in nothing but a positive light as far as how he's gotten help and overcome various challenges. And the fact that they think that a person having adversity is something negative about them, you know, I'm sure that her children have issues. And, you know, if I had to choose between growing up and finding out that in an anonymous way, my mom spoke about me having certain issues and overcoming them as like a hero and a champion, or my mother denying my existence, I know which one I would choose.
I agree. And, you know, my son actually knows that I've had this conversation with the sector, and he loved that. He really.
I never heard you speak about your children in anything but a positive light. And, you know, it'd be different if you were up here saying, you know, I'm a whore because I grew up in foster care and now my kids are under this custody of somebody else. Like, these are tragic stories, you know. Children who are going on to be athletes and scholars despite any challenges that they have. These are stories of triumph.
Facts. These are facts. Spotum says, I'd rather not have a mom that thinks slavery was karma. How about that? Okay.
Well, karma for the black people, not white people, right? Like, let's be clear. She said it was our negative karma as the slaves, not the traffickers.
Exactly. This is what she said, okay? And we have evidence of that. I just didn't have time to pull that up tonight. But yeah, definitely sounds like a lawsuit, but she ain't got no money to sue over, so, you know. That's the broke shit for real, okay? We're going to prove that shit tonight because allegedly, guys, when I was in New York, according to her, her and her man had to pay my way there. They had to pay for me to get home. I was so destitute and down and broke and busted and disgusted that, you know, they let this broke ass bitch come in their house, okay? And they had to be they had to be charity to me, and they had to make sure I ate and all this other stuff. We will see if any of this shit is fact, okay? We got all types of financial records tonight to show. We have all types of fucking tickets, all types of shit to show. And I wish this bitch motherfucking would, because like I said, we show receipts around here, okay? We don't lie. We don't jump up and down and get all emotional and start talking shit. No, we actually show receipts. Let's go ahead and listen up a little bit more to this video.
Just to garner sympathy. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not the one sharing my kids' pictures talking about can our kids please have a play date. Get the fuck out of here. In a space that I claim stalks kids and is pedophilia ridden. Make the shit make sense. I'm not getting up here talking about I'm a teacher and I'm a doctor and I'm a lawyer and I'm this and I'm that, knowing that this is a space that targets jobs when motherfuckers want to.
Right. I want to talk about that real quick. Now, we know that the AFWs absolutely target jobs, right? That they absolutely do these things for no reason. But how is this woman going to sit here and gaslight us like this? You guys are talking about your doctors and your lawyers and your teachers, knowing that this space is a place where they like to target jobs. I'm glad you admit that that's what your friends do. I'm really glad that you can at least, you know, finally come to an understanding of what your friends are all about, because this is true. Go ahead.
Well, I thought the reason that she didn't go around saying she was a doctor and a teacher and a lawyer is because she's an illiterate prostitute and she has nothing like that to say. Like, that's what I thought, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were a doctor, lawyer, or teacher, maybe you would say those things, but you're not. So how could you say these things?
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for that receipt. I will be playing that tonight as well. Shout out to the person that just sent me that. Okay, so yeah, she's definitely, one of these people that be doing way too much. Okay.
I don't go around saying I'm a hot wife. I don't go around saying I'm a hot wife, but that's because I'm not with a pervert who likes to watch me get pounded by trains of strange men. Not because I'm in the sector, it's because that's not what I am.
Now wait till you hear what she says about that. Okay, like it's just amazing how weird this bitch really is, and how, you know, she really thinks that somehow the things that she's saying is normal. But let's go ahead and listen in on this stuff.
Right.
Motherfuckers don't even realize you can say and do whatever the fuck you want, but as long as you're not representing your job 9 out of 10 times, your job isn't even going to fire you for your online behavior, as long as you are not representing them and stating that you work for them.
Well, did you tell Anti that shit? Because for some reason, she thinks she's allowed to call our jobs and get us fired over talking shit to each other on YouTube, okay? But I guess you don't have the same sentiments as her. So shout out to you for at least, you know, going against the grain when it comes to the AFWs with that, and letting these fools know, you know, like, you're not going to get any of these people fired. Is that what you thought about breaking when you tried to get Carrie Ann fired? You know, for talking shit about you? Is that what happened? Did you know that she wasn't going to get fired, or what happened there? I mean, that's what I'm kind of wondering. What you think about that, Carrie?
I'm wondering why a dungeon worker is giving me career advice. I didn't ask for it. I know that much. The day I want life advice from a whore.
Okay, like, we don't need any advice from you, sweetheart, in regards to careers and all this other stuff, considering that you are a dungeon hoe. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Motherfuckers sitting up here literally stalk. Like, think about it. These motherfuckers are sitting here behind the scenes collecting, gathering information on people. And it's like, this is what you do with your free time? This is why you can't get nowhere. Because why the fuck is you sitting around for hours trying to figure out what I got going on? Why? For what?
Right.
So you could put it online to do what? Am I supposed to what? Like, what exactly is your intent?
So what was your intent, Breaking, when you came for me? Because, see, that's the reason why the Vixen Chronicles is out today. It's because you came for my kids and you came for me. You were lying to the sector, telling everybody I was some prostitute, just projecting your own life onto me, that I'm some prostitute, that I'm this slut, that I'm doing this, I'm doing that I don't take care of my kids, that I don't support them, that my kids hate me. All these things that are true about you, or true about you and your mother, right? This is what you're saying about me and my kids. And then I started clapping back at your fucking ass, and you couldn't take the heat. I mean, y'all put a 1 in the chat if what I said y'all think is true. Put a 2 in the chat if you think I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's go ahead and keep going.
To what? To get a couple people that I already don't like anyway to not like me? Like, what? It makes no fucking logical sense. What, you want to publicly shame me? Bitch, you can't publicly shame me. I get paid to publicly shame people. That's the difference.
You definitely do that. I can say you get, well, I think really it's the other way around, right? They're being pleasured by whatever you're doing. They're actually shaming your dumb ass, okay? They're shaming your stupid ass to, you know, provide these nasty and vile and disgusting services for them, such as pee in their stuff. What's that other thing that she was doing? Hitting it from the back with dildos,
rubbing their shit all over them.
Rubbing shit all over them,
playing with their blood.
Playing with their blood. These are the things that you're doing, ma'am. Okay, I don't know how any person in their right mind would be okay with this.
But why is she having this fake argument with herself as if we suggested she had shame? Like, I never thought she had any shame. Why is she having this pretend argument with like what she wished we said? I never thought this bitch had any shame. Obviously she doesn't.
And how come they never produce any evidence of the things they say? They just talk and talk and talk and talk shit and yell and cry, and it just ends up being that. It's never like anything tangible that they ever want to say. I mean, I'm talking about, y'all remember when she was talking about making the tampon tea for Brett and all this other stuff? That was her client, right? That she claimed that she wanted me to hook up with. Yeah, the Brett with the tampon tea. Yeah, that's her. This is your nasty ass.
I like how she went through all that effort and made all them smear campaigns trying to get me fired, and I didn't get fired. But she still wanted to sit around and lecture me like her plan worked. Like, it failed. Why are you still trying to pretend like you succeeded when you didn't?
And then now you're trying to give advice like as if you didn't, like you shouldn't have. You're trying to give advice about this stuff, like, you know, oh, well, people aren't going to get fired and all this stuff. Like, you didn't think about any of that when you were trying to literally lie on this woman to get her fired? That was all in play then.
And you know what's wild? This whole time, like it's actual authorities I could actually call on breaking and fuck her life up. Like it's actual fraud that's going on. And I'm not even that type of person. She's such a whore. She's so jealous of my honest and decent lifestyle. She want to destroy my life. And I still haven't unloaded any clips on her. Like I still haven't.
You really have not.
But my accusations will be clear and easy to prove, and there will be consequences before the end of the week. Like, we can actually do that to her. And for her to keep trying to, like I said, I don't know why she keeps trying to level. Well, I know she does. She's jealous of the fact that I don't have to shovel shit for a living and play with piss and whatnot. Ain't nobody pissing on me for a living. So, I mean, but
that's
like
literally what she does.
Why she giving me these lectures, but she knows she defrauding various agencies, right? And she knows it would affect people in her life, the fraud that she's doing. So why is this fraudulent whore giving me advice when she the one I could fuck up they shit with one phone call?
But you know what I think is the bigger thing? Didn't she tell us that she got this Netflix deal and she's been out like filming and doing all these wonderful things? How does she have time to know anything going on in the sector, anything going on with all these people she hates? See, this is, I want this to be very clear on how she fits in so well with these AFWs, right? Because all of them claim they don't watch this, they don't watch the demons. They don't, you know, they can't be involved with anybody concerning the demons and anybody in that sector, you know, but yet you always got to fire off on something that somebody's talking about in the sector. You always have some comeback or some clapback to whatever we're actually tangibly talking about. So it's clear that you're definitely watching. So, hey, Breakin', everybody wave to Breakin'. We appreciate her, the vixen, for being in the building tonight. Let's go ahead and go on. I kind of want to get through this video. We got maybe 10 minutes left of it.
I'm the real dominatrix around this bitch.
You are.
I get paid to do the shit that you wish you was getting paid to do.
You get minimum pay for that shit.
No, I have a career.
Oh, she's a hot wife. Bitch, you're mad because you're not a wife. You're mad because
you're not a wife.
I actually been really married. I've really been married.
You're not a wife either.
Marriage license, okay? You have never been married, ma'am. Nobody ever wanted to wife your whore ass, okay? Let's take a look at some of those photos of that while we're talking about that.
I guess you say a hot wife is a type of wife.
I guess I already got one up. Where let's go over this photo, guys, just in case y'all didn't know what this was. So this photo right here is from the Vixen Chronicles, where there was a man who was a doctor, a future Dr. Mike, right? Who became in touch with some other men. Let's go ahead and pull up the photos of the other men that Mike was talking to. So Mike was also talking to Johnny, okay? Which is, all of these men are Breaking the Culture's exes. Another one is James, okay? And they were all talking to Breaking all at the same damn time, along with Victor Cousins as well, okay? So she was talking to this guy, and Victor Cousins all at the same time. And as you can see, this guy actually talks about this, how he thought it was weird that this pastor that she claimed she was going to go visit along with his family would let her use his master bathroom, taking videos and photos of herself in his tub while she laying up there with him and sending them to other niggas at the same damn time, okay? So yes, whore, you're absolutely right. You are a hoe, okay? You're a very underpaid hoe, okay, who lies for a living to get a couple of dollars, right? You lie about things such as you need an abortion. You lie about people being dead, including your own children, and these kinds of things so that you can collect money. And we're going to get a little bit deeper into that in just a moment after we go ahead and finish up this weird-ass video that you thought was appropriate to talk about today.
No one wants
on receipt day
to fuck you. You're mad because no one wants to watch you get fucked. You're mad because your own man doesn't like you. He likes men.
Who is my man? Who is my man? Who's she talking about? Who's my man? What men does he like? And yeah, put a 1 in the chat, women, if you are perfectly fine with your man pimping you out to have sex with other men, okay? Put a 2 in the chat if this bitch is crazy. Let's go ahead and keep going.
What I
And of course you expect a degenerate like remix to laugh at.
She said that to me one time. She said, "At least I'm a hot wife," and it was just like, what does that even mean?
Is that like a badge of honor to be?
I would rather be homeless in the street than be with a man who they not even swinging. He said, "I'm not about to get my dick dirty. You go fuck a bunch of."
Right. Like I'm like, is this really a badge of honor that your man is pimping you out? And you're like, yeah, you're mad that your man is not pimping you out. You're mad that your man is not watching you have sex with other men. Like, what the fuck is going on with this bitch? She obviously needs some medication in her life. Okay, we need to get some help for breaking y'all. Let's go.
The number of things I would rather do than be with a man who want to watch me get fucked by a bunch of other men. Good Lord. I mean,
yeah, like
that is way.
Okay, Steph, I got you. It should be pinned at the top, but let me go ahead and
like, I know she grew up in foster care or something, but I don't know what would have to be in your background for you to think it was better to be in a situation like that than other situations.
I don't understand her at all. I'm going to go ahead and go on because there's a particular part of this video that we're going to get to.
All right, I'm going to mute.
And yeah, me too. And I want to get to it. I know I keep stopping and going because this shit is hilarious, right? But
yeah, I'll be quiet. I'll stop until you stop.
What'd you say?
I said I'll stop until you want to talk. I'll just hold it.
Okay, girl, I keep stopping because it's like so much stuff to stop and talk about. It's not even funny.
I know. I just want it to be your fault.
Steph, can you hear me? You're muted. Let me unmute you. Oh, you mute yourself. You gotta unmute.
Stephanie gonna learn how to come on the panel one day.
I know. No, I just wanted to say, shit, that's hilarious that she's talking about us collecting information. Because, lady, you did a whole live on me where you had found my resume and my bio. So, lady, let me tell you something. The next time you want to get on the internet and read my resume, learn how to pronounce summa cum laude. Best out.
Ooh.
Right.
Not the summa cum laude drag. And she couldn't even pronounce it. Ooh.
Let's go, Steph. Let's go. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead.
That's what you call a flex, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a nice little flex, okay? All right, we're going to go ahead because I don't know. Breaking thinks she flexing, telling us, yeah, I'm a hot wife. Yeah, I'm getting fucked in the ass by all my man's friends, right? But so what? That's a badge of honor. You bitches want to be me. Like, what the fuck? All right, let's go ahead. We're going to get through this.
Who raised you? Are you sure? Are you sure people want that to be them? Are you sure, girl? Are you sure?
It sounded like she was trying to convince herself. I ain't even going to hold you, right? All right, y'all, let's go ahead and listen in real quick. I do want to get to a certain part of this because there is another part that I want to share, okay, based off of what this bitch was saying in this video. Okay, like this is nuts, y'all. Let's go ahead.
Hey, Breaking. I just want to say this. No, I just want to say this. I feel like when you and Tpri was cool, I remember that, did she stay at your house, right?
And don't forget that bitch was thirsty to be. Her house was so nice and the accommodations was great and her man treated me so well, treated her better than any man in her entire life, down to her grandfather ever treated her. Her kids were so well mannered.
What
so
I am?
What?
Damn.
She forgets all that shit. She forgets how she told the sector to go fuck themselves because she was riding my dick
better than any man ever.
Right.
I got a life-changing deal.
You remember
that?
What'd you say? Say that again.
No, let it keep going. I'm just talking shit. Just like she's speaking for herself. Ain't no man ever treated her that good to let her sleep at the foot of his bed as long as she fuck all his friends. The Delulu, the fact that she could even think something like that, it proves what type of life she come from. Really, exactly. A man letting you visit his wife in his house is the best a man ever treated you. Really.
A man.
I guess she was like, She was probably jealous, like he didn't even make Tpri fuck nothing.
All I got to say is, child, show the evidence of any of this shit, okay? But we're gonna go ahead and listen, and because this shit gets crazy, okay? It's nuts, and I want y'all to hear the lies she tells, and then the facts I can tell about her. Because, like I told you, Breaking the Culture, aka Andrea Nicole Garrison, I told you, anytime you lie on me, I got your truth, honey, and your actual truth is much more damning than any lie I could ever tell on you, okay? I ain't got to lie on you. I wish I was lying with some of the shit I'm about to tell y'all, okay? But I'm not lying. So let's go ahead and let's keep going.
I cried. Oh my fucking God, I cried.
Even Shakim was like, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? Straight up lies.
She said, I'm leaving. We just signed
Now I want, at this part, I kind of want to play the infamous video from the Zoom, but I'll play that a little bit later. I just, for the sake of time, I don't know about that right now. So, but I do have a copy of the Zoom. So what I'll do is I'll probably put a link to it in the description box and put the timestamp that shows that Breakin' was actually talking about multiple celebrities, multiple companies, and so forth and so on that were supposed to sponsor this podcast that we were supposed to do, okay? I'm also going to pull up the email while that she talked about this while we're going into this, and while she's lying to everybody, trying to make it like as if, you know, I had these starry eyes and I didn't know what was going on, and I was just so stupid, and Breakin' never offered any of this stuff. Let's go ahead and keep going.
No, that's when, because you did that interview. What the fuck you did that interview at? I forgot what it was.
Talking about my BuzzFeed thing where she was salty.
Yeah, when you her. Yeah, but she thought that just because you had that clout, and she was gonna latch on to you and get more clout. But she was trying to make it seem like
there was no clout. The bitch went up there one fucking time. One time. What are you talking about? She lied to us and told us we were supposed to get some deal with BuzzFeed. Just like she lied and said Jennifer Hudson and who was it? Just so hilarious.
She was dropping a lot of names.
Life Jennings. She dropped so many fucking names to me and Shakim. It's not even funny, okay? And I know Shakim know that, so she can lie and pretend and try to act like, you know, the evidence isn't there. But we're gonna go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead.
She had what was going on. What you had was what was going on.
But that's always how it is. Leeches like to attach the shit. You know what I mean? And she even admitted out.
Oh wait, did the BuzzFeed article change her life?
And the thing is, she fails to remember that we have all of the clips. She said out of her own mouth.
I guess in her mind it did, because literally she thinking she made it big.
Like, because that's what
she got on BuzzFeed
right?
one motherfucking time and talked about, mind y'all, she talked about being a whore on there. She was in a conversation with a pastor,
a preacher,
female minister, and her and this female, and her and they were doing like painting or something like that. And Breakin' was trying to explain to her why it's cool for her to be a whore and a dominatrix.
Yeah, and
a
she
slut,
kept saying that pastor was so cool.
Like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that pastor was shading her the whole time. And the pastor was shading her the whole time.
Literally,
and I'm sure she'd never hear from her ever again. Yeah.
30-minute interview. Never heard from them, not one near time, ever the fuck again. Okay, so no Breakin'. You did not get no life-changing deal from no motherfucking whatever BuzzFeed, and you didn't have anything to offer to anybody, which is why we never went anywhere with that. Now, let me go ahead and finish playing this, and then
we know she wish she had a single BuzzFeed article. You know, you wish you had one interview on BuzzFeed.
I know it, right? I want to sling shit on my clients. Okay.
You were trying to attach yourself to all that success.
I want to attach myself to all this nastiness. Okay, shit.
was the one who said that I didn't want to work with her no more, and she felt that it was unprofessional that I wouldn't return her calls and text messages for a while. She said that shit. Now it's, oh, I cut breaking off. Bitch, you can't cut off something that you never had.
Don't she sound mad right now?
Yeah, if that was true, why she even talking about it?
Really emotional right there. Huh? Exactly. I'm like, okay, so if you cut me off, why are we talking about this again? You know what I'm saying? But it's clear that I definitely cut you off, and I proved that already in the Vixen Chronicles. But
it seems like she should be talking about her Netflix show or whatever new things she got going on. But somehow she don't. Interesting.
How do you have time for any of this if you're involved and you're making all this money and you're doing so well in life? I'm not sure how you got any time to be talking about any of us, right? Like, or even to be sitting on this derelict's panel, you know what I'm saying, talking about all these things that are so beneath you. If that's the case, I'm not sure why we're here right now. Because again, we don't even have to be pulling up this shit that I'm about to pull on you, but we're going to go ahead and do that since, you know, like I said, anytime you lie on me, I can tell your actual truth, okay? So you guys, I will be pulling some information tonight that's already kind of been seen, but I will be doing a Vixen Chronicles 6 in the very near future. I'm not sure when I'll have time to do it because I've been pretty busy with a lot of things, and I really want to get this whole series out of the way.
Can I say something real quick, though? Real quick. Yeah. I Googled BuzzFeed dominatrix just to see what type of numbers that shit got when she did it. BuzzFeed has done several different videos with dominatrix. One that's got 361,000, one that's got 2.5 million, one that's got 736,000. Breakings to this day has 28,000. Okay. I just want to throw that out there. Lowest rated dominatrix video they ever did. Moving right along.
And they literally never called you again. Okay, so, let's go ahead and finish up this video while I pull up this email where Breakin did definitely offer me this life-changing deal. Let's go ahead and keep going.
That's the gag. You couldn't cut me off, bitch. You went in a fucking frenzy when I cut you off. You literally turned into a certified nut job, posted 50-something pictures, videos. I mean, we're talking 7-8 hour lives.
Where is that
trying to dissect my life.
Huh?
She talking about after she disrespected your child. She trying to confuse you, her disrespecting your child with you just being in love with her and having temper tantrums because she wouldn't take your calls. That's what we doing.
First of all, I wasn't calling her. I don't know where that came from. I cut Breaking the Culture off after this, and I'm going to show you guys why I cut her the fuck off. And we have actual evidence of why. Let's go ahead, because like I said, we show receipts around here. Let's get into it.
Although I never met her, my son would come home and talk about this young woman and a baby. But she has a son that's older than my grandson. His name is Aiden. And Aiden lives with his great-grandmother because the great-grandmother had helped her grandson get custody, and then he ended up running off leaving that baby with his grandmother. So this baby is older than Julia. He would be 14 right now.
So she has another child older than your grandson?
Yeah, I met Aiden. I met him when he was little. Wait, so Aiden is Andrea's older? His name is Aiden Montgomery.
So you got
that's Andrea's older son?
So the reason why Breakin got cut off by me, and this can be verified by a lot of people in this sector, even people that had attempted to tell me about these children before I knew about them, okay? Breakin was very aware of her having 2 other children and that there is a grandmother out here of one of those children that is raising that child that has talked with Daryl Moore and with Let Me See Your Transcript regarding this, okay? She has been running around ever since denying that any of these children even exist. And I kept asking her because there were people before I ever heard that video. There were people that were trying to tell me that Bracken had these other kids. And I'm like, no, she doesn't. She's telling me she doesn't because I asked her and they're like, yeah, she said she really has these other 2 kids. You need to go check that out. And I'm like, okay, let me go ahead and see, right? I'll go ahead and find out. And I asked her and asked her and asked her, and she kept denying that these children even exist, okay? And I went back to the people that told me about this, and I said, listen, in order for me to believe that she has these other kids, I'm going to have to hear from whoever's raising these kids, right? A grandparent, another dad, somebody. I'm going to have to hear from them. It was about a week later that I heard that video. It was a full video from Daryl Moore where he had a conversation with her son Michael, which is her second oldest son, her son Michael, which she gave up when he was just a baby, and then she abandoned him, and she told everybody he was dead. Okay, she basically gave up that child, and when I found out about it, it was because I heard from the grandmother, and that's who that was just now in that timer, acknowledging her grandson, Junior, and also acknowledging her oldest son, Aiden, okay, who is also one of her children, and that she turned around and tried to say didn't exist. So that's just unfortunate.
Yeah,
but yes, most definitely. I'm sorry.
When I had asked her about those kids, she said to me the weirdest thing. I'll never forget it because it sent chills down my back. I said, isn't it true you abandoned 2 children? And she said to me, nobody can prove I had those children. Do you remember that?
Wow. Yeah,
she didn't say no. That. She said nobody can prove I had other children. That's a lie. Nobody can prove it. Anyway, yeah, I just want to show the viral video that Remix is suggesting you're so jealous of. Here's the first one. Like I said, over 300,000 views, right? Nice, sexy picture of her in her costume. Here's another one, 2.5 million views, right? Her with her leather fits on or whatever. Here's another one, 736,000 views. These are all from, that's as is. This other ones are from BuzzFeed, right? And then you got down here, they selling sex. They got dominatrix in the title. Preacher, they doing the best they can. 28,000 views. Wah, wah. And who did she piss off for them to do her like this in this thumbnail?
They didn't put no makeup on that child. They
she
didn't do
nothing. There talking crazy. Yeah, because she must have pissed somebody off because they could have even had that shot right there. They did that shit on purpose. They did this part. That thumbnail was on.
And that was 2 years ago. 28,000
views. Right. With dominatrix in the title.
That's not viral.
This is the viral video everybody's so jealous of. Okay. All right. Just so we're clear.
We're jealous of a non-viral video. We're jealous of a man who is pimping her the fuck out to a bunch of other Jewish men. We are jealous of a woman who was prostituted out. She works in the dungeon. She does the nastiest, vilest things in that dungeon, such as messing with people's human waste, blood, all kinds of stuff, actually having sex with these men with dildos and stuff like this. This is the kind of stuff she's doing.
She admitted that her dirtiest client came to her talking about how he wanted to get his dick sucked. So
exactly.
I mean, if her nastiest, most disgusting client know that when he get his dick sucked, she the woman to ask about it. I mean, it is what it is.
Exactly. All right, let's go ahead. I was gonna pull up the email, but I'll pull that up at another time. Also, I'll just put a link to it or whatever, and I'll just make that public, or I'll put it up on my community wall or something along those lines that you guys can actually see for yourselves. Okay. But yeah, I don't, for the sake of time, let's get through this. Are you sure, Break It? Are you 100% sure? I want you to put money on that, okay? Because according to your friend Rev G, I was. Okay, so we are going to get into that tonight. But let's go ahead.
Are you playing something? We didn't hear anything.
Oh, y'all didn't hear anything?
No, we don't know what you reacted to, girl.
Oh, let me try that again.
Talking about some, are you sure? Yeah, we ain't heard a thing. We was waiting patiently.
All right, hold on.
Run that back now. Yeah. No.
Can you hear it now?
No.
Did you hear it?
No.
You still don't hear anything?
Nah.
Okay, I'll have to
restart it. Yeah, restart it.
All right, hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Everybody hit the like button on the way in. I know it's acting a little slow right now because I have a lot of like stuff open, so I think that may have something to do with it.
You fine. You warned us it was gonna be a long one. We good. We got our libations. We chilling.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a minute because this is the evidence room, guys. So you know the other ones are a little bit more formal. We're trying to get the information, and then this one we are going to actually analyze the evidence. Okay, so that's
why you pull that up. I want to know from Stephanie when she come back up here. I want to know how the illiterate one tried to pronounce summa cum laude. I really want to know what was it? Was it because how it looks like how it's spelled, right?
Yeah, it does. But you know, she probably said summa cum laude.
And I'm saying laude now. Now she fucking me up with her fucking hermetic bullshit.
Laude.
You got me up here illiterate. I want to know what she said because it's like I bet she said come. I bet she said summa cum. I bet she probably thought it said come. That's summa probably what. Yeah.
Come Lord. You come Lord. That's all you are.
Some cum laude.
All right.
$70
now. Okay, so I am pulling that back up now. I guess I could have played the Zoom, but I'm not going to play that either. I'm just going to put a link to that there. And let me fast forward this a little bit.
We still don't hear nothing.
Spot where she was talking. I know I haven't played it yet.
Okay, just checking.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna present it now. Oh, that's what it was, guys. I wasn't sharing it.
I was thinking that because I had been sharing. Did you forget to? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, so we're back now.
Damn.
The part about people
breaking
some shit.
Hit your house, right?
Yep. And don't forget that bitch was thirsty to be. Oh, her house was so nice, and the accommodations was great, and her man treated me so well, treated her better than any man in her entire life, down to her grandfather ever treated her. Oh, her kids were so well mannered.
Well,
so
I am.
What? Damn. She forgets all that shit. She forgets how she told the sector to go fuck themselves because she was riding my dick. She told the sector, I got a life-changing deal. I never told that.
Man, you remember that?
Nothing.
I cried. Oh my God.
You're gonna cry tonight too, Remix. Hold on, let me go ahead and pull.
Trying to make it seem like she had what was going on. What you had was what was.
I would have returned her calls and text messages for a while. She said that shit. Now it's I cut breaking off. Bitch, you can't cut off something that you like. Give it a rest. But you know what? I don't really give a fuck. It's like, baby, keep letting the world spin. I don't care. It's like we got bitches that's everyone's so obsessed with space. Everyone. We got a bitch that's literally pretending to be two different people, and we know it's the same fucking dumbass bitch.
You remember she said she was a banker?
That bitch wasn't no motherfucking banker.
Exactly. She said she was a banker. That's what she do every day, and she was trying to give financial advice to people in the sector. She was trying to tell people how to get loans and this and that. Come to find out that she's a cam girl.
How the fuck are you giving financial advice to anybody when you literally live in public housing? You literally live in public housing.
Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about that.
You can't give financial advice to nobody.
Where did you get that from? Please show evidence that I live in public housing. I would love for you to show anybody's. I need the evidence of that. Like, show the proof that I live in the projects. Please show that. Please, by all means. First of all, I need to know why I'm paying so much in mortgage. Okay, if I'm actually living in the projects. Okay, like my rent should be $82 if I'm living over there. But honey, I got a mortgage. Okay, so explain to me why that mortgage is so goddamn high. If I'm living in the projects and I'm living off of Social Security. Let's go ahead and keep going now.
That bitch got more debt than the law allows.
Where's the debt at?
She's so tough. She's like, oh, I'll be served.
Again, show the evidence. While you're just talking about things and just saying things, show the evidence. Because we got evidence on you.
Be served, I'll be served. But what about this lawsuit that you were served with, man? And you got a default judgment because you wouldn't show up.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you said I lived in Delaware. But that lawsuit allegedly says whatever that person is lives in Philadelphia. So which one is it? Did I get served or did I not get served? Like, we're not gonna blur the lines. Let's go ahead and keep going.
What about
and exactly, beautiful Bernice, AAS is doing that. It was proven exactly. And they always saying stuff and can't prove anything that they ever say. They just say stuff, right? Yeah, we're gonna prove her wrong today.
Oh, I know about breaking. I know that about breaking. I know so much about breaking. I know breaking's life. I know breaking's family. Bitch, you don't even know your own family. Your own family don't even like you.
Oh.
Your own family didn't even feel the need to fucking protect you.
Oh,
your kid moved clear across the motherfucking country to get away from the incestuous fuckery that was going on. It's like,
now, you heard that, right? Y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard
Didn't she grow up in foster care?
Oh, we're going to talk about it in just a second.
Okay, my fault, but that was weird.
That my oldest child moved across the country to get away from the incestuous fuckery that was going on in my family. That we are incestuous in my family. This is the slanderous behavior that this bitch is actually trying to say about me. And she wonders why I have an entire series on her of actual facts that are tangible with tangible evidence and proven actual facts.
Meanwhile, didn't your daughter move across the country to marry her high school sweetheart and have a beautiful daughter? Like, isn't that what happened in reality?
All while other family members live in that same part of the country too. So I'm not sure where the incestual, we're trying to run from these people who also live there. Okay, let's go ahead. And she moving back over here too, by the way.
Married her high school sweetheart and he didn't even make her sleep with the whole football team. Like that's okay.
All right. He never made her sleep with nobody. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
okay. She never had to sling nobody's shit. She never had to piss in nobody's mouth.
Oh, okay.
She never had to make any fucking tampon tea for anybody or any of that.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
It's like, look. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm not even in the space no more. Motherfuckers is still obsessing. Oh, I got people clipping me from last night. I made a post. They clipping my post.
Superman.
Throwing it on their wall. I'm like, well, goddamn, can the fucking post
The post where she was talking about our sector that she ain't in?
Break in.
What post is she talking about?
Breaking.
I didn't know.
I don't know, but I heard she made a post threatening me. So it's like she ain't in the space, but she complaining that people were clipping the post she made about this girl by.
I heard that she be making posts and taking little pictures of herself in front of that same microwave that she always taking pictures of in front of that little ass kitchen that she always in, while she talking about this rich ass man that's taking care of her and investing in her and her children. Tell me why she got her 13-year-old son.
She really be out here bragging about buying lunch and coffee and shit like I did when I was like 15 years old. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Let me finish what I was saying. I want to know if this man is so well to do and he's taking such good care of her, right? Why is it that she won't pan around that apartment that she's in with those kids? Okay. I'm talking about a 14-year-old little boy is sleeping in the same room with his 10-year-old sister, all while and sleeping on bunk beds, right? all while this rich ass man has a 3-bedroom apartment, but the 3rd bedroom is his full office, no room for no other bed, no room for no kids to sleep in there or nothing like that, and he's just fucking breaking in the other room. Okay, tell me how that is going on. Tell her to pan around that apartment and show y'all how that apartment is decorated. Show us those kids' bedroom, right? Show us how wonderful you're living while you're showing us all these pictures of you having a cute face. Any of us can cam up and show y'all our pretty face. Like, we all can do that. We all can dress up and put on the same outfit the next day and another outfit, the same outfit 2 days later, and take another picture and show y'all our pretty face, right? What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? What does that have to do with taking care of your children? What does that have to do with allowing some Jewish man to cram your 2 kids that you do have into one room, right? While he's fucking you and you fucking him and his friends in the other room, okay, on the other side of the apartment. And the other side of the apartment has a 2nd bedroom that really one of your kids could be in. But your man decided you not worth it enough and your kids ain't worth it enough that y'all need to just be in the same bedroom, and he can go ahead and fuck you in the other and go ahead and have his office in the 3rd one. Now let's talk about it, Breaking. Go ahead and pan around that apartment, okay? Because I could do that. I can pan around my house, okay? But go ahead, not my, which ain't in the projects, by the way, okay? I can go ahead and pan around that. But can you pan around in that apartment and actually show us how you really living? I don't think you can. But we're going to go ahead and listen in on this.
Well, I just want to say that I saw a picture of her sitting on the patio. I saw a picture of her drinking a coffee. And I saw a picture of her eating a sandwich. So I'm convinced that she's living a luxury lifestyle. Okay.
She is doing awesome, girl. She got all these pinpoints to all these places on her quote-unquote passport. This bitch is not leaving the fucking country. I'm letting y'all know now. Not with all these felony warrants this bitch got. She ain't leaving the country and going no motherfucking where. But we're going to go ahead and keep going.
What's up?
Do you mean to tell me that Tpri granddaddy was sending them on missions to scout young females to get molested?
That bitch said out her own fucking mouth that when she was younger, she was recruiting for her grandfather and she regrets it.
What?
So, bitch, what the fuck do you mean? Then had to.
Do y'all hear what this bitch said? I'm going to rewind that because I want y'all to hear it again. Why this hoe keeps getting dragged for filth with the truth. Okay? I don't have to lie on her. But I also don't got to bother her, right? If she don't bother me, I'm not going to bother her. Just talk a little shit, slinging back and forth every now and then, not really a big deal. But when you purposely come out here and make up stories about me and my family, I can tell the truth about you and your family, okay? So let's go ahead. Let's keep going. I already told one truth tonight. We're going to tell another tonight.
Do you mean to tell me that Tpri granddaddy was sending them on missions to scout young females to get molested?
That bitch said out her own fucking mouth that when she was younger, she was recruiting for her grandfather and she regrets it.
What?
So, bitch.
Now, I want you to show, but we're going to end this right here. And then we're going to start showing some evidence of what she's actually doing. I want you to pull up the evidence of that being an actual fact. I want you to pull up the truth about that. Show. I mean, you have my full permission, Breaking, to show that audio, and it better not be sliced and diced together like you did with Carrie Ann and like you did at her school. I want you to show the actual evidence of audio. Show the video of me saying that. I want you to. You have 24 hours from today. And that's it. Since you said it, right? Since you put it out there, you put it out in the ethers, then now the responsibility of you showing the facts of that is on you, man. Other than that, shut the fuck up. Now, we're actually going to show actual evidence of you being in situations like that, where you said, oh, you know what? I should have finished playing that because I want you guys to hear what she said about her own mother, okay? And then we're going to look at the truth. So hold on 1 second because I'm going to pull that back up. I really wanted y'all to hear this one part. Go ahead, Carrie. Did you have anything to add real quick while I do that?
Not a word. That was such a disgusting allegation. Well, like I just said in the chat, if you would have said something like that, the sector would have went crazy. Like, how old were you when you were doing this? So we could decide whether or not you were culpable. And you know what I mean? Like, dude, there would have been. It's no way you could have said something like that and don't nobody remember it. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. The only person that remembers that is her. And Remix, prove it, bitch. Because like I said, I can prove the things that I say about you with tangible facts, with actual evidence, not me just talking about you, not me getting emotional and crying over you. No. I can show tangible facts about you, facts that will damage you, facts that are damning to you, as I have already done. This is why you chose to leave my ass alone. Yeah. Okay. But I guess you thought I don't have nothing else. So, okay.
We'll get into it. We know of that tried to go. I'm sorry.
What you say?
The only person we know of that tried to recruit anybody to prostitution was Breaking, and there's a paper trail of her sending out surveys and admitting that she was trying to lure you into that dungeon. Like, that's the projection is so wild with these people.
It is. It really is. All right, let me share this screen again, because I want you guys to hear. I want you guys to hear this one part of what she was saying. I'm gonna just get through it. That way we don't. Hold on, guys.
I like financial advice to any life. I know Breaking's family. Bitch, you don't even know your own family.
Breaking.
What's up?
Do you mean to tell me?
Listen to this.
That Tpri granddaddy was sending them on missions to scout young females to get molested?
That bitch said out her own fucking mouth that when she was younger, she was recruiting for her grandfather and she regrets it.
What?
So, bitch, what the fuck do you mean? Then had the nerve to say her granddaddy did what he did to her, and she understood why he did what he did. She was talking to D. Darrell. The clip is on my page somewhere. She was talking to D. Darrell.
Well, where? Where is it at?
Why he did what he did, and I got so much respect for him, and I changed his catheter, and I take care of him because I went to therapy, and now I understand. I don't give a fuck. You R-word me. I'm never gonna understand that shit. How do you respect somebody that allegedly molested you? You respect them. You RSPECT them.
You see how mad she is?
Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
So far, she sound emotional.
And that's the guy. They be like, oh, well, Breaking was a foster kid. You right. I was. But my mama ain't never let nobody touch me. My mama ain't never, ever.
You want to put money on that,
Breaking? Well, when she dropped her off in foster care, she was coming by checking on her every night.
Right. While your mother was out, she was a foster kid. Claimed was a whore. Right. See, Breaking claimed her mother was a whore. And left her in foster care.
Right.
And we're going to talk about what happened.
So she was protecting you in foster care?
And listen to this. We're going to actually pull up what Breaking said publicly to the Christian Post about her life in foster care. Okay? That's what we're going to talk about. So we're going to listen to this one more time.
Well, can I also say she called herself breaking the culture of silence because she was pretending to be this victim's advocate. And when people were victimized as young children, they still identify with their abusers. That's a complicated thing. So why these people want to pretend like they're advocates when they're ableist, when they have no understanding of how people process trauma? You're telling me you're a victim's advocate. You're breaking the culture of silence, but you're shaming somebody who was a child and still didn't have hatred for the person who abused them. Like, what are you talking about? You're a liar.
Right. Because I'm gonna let y'all know, right? I was traumatized at 2 years old. Okay. 2, not 12, not 15, not 22, 2 years old. This is what I told my members. My members are here. They can vouch for this, of what I actually said. Okay. And that was it. And I said the conversation to my members. The AFWs took that story and they made it into something it's not. Right. And now they tried to spread that around to various people. And those are lies from hell. None of this stuff ever happened. Okay.
Well, let me put a better cap on that. Let me say that
somebody would be in jail by now if that's the case. How come I'm not in jail for trafficking if that's what I actually did? How come you didn't call the police on me? while you sitting here telling these people these lies. But go ahead. You know, we're going to wait for you.
No, let me say this
evidence within 24 hours, bitch. Go ahead.
If there's anybody watching this who was a childhood victim of abuse, whether it was physical, emotional, sexual, it is not an abnormal reaction to still have respect or love for the person or people who abuse you. That doesn't mean that you weren't abused. It doesn't mean that you're lying. It doesn't mean that you wanted the abuse. It's a very typical reaction. Not only do children who were abused in their young childhood still respect and love their abusers, they will fight to go live with them. They will they want to still be in those people to still be in their lives very often. And to sit here and these AFWs, again, this proves that all their alleged advocacy is all bullshit, smoke and mirrors, because the stigma that you will be putting on people who still have these confusing feelings of love and respect for their abusers is very disgusting. It's a very dangerous message to be putting out there. And I just wanted to say that if there's anybody's listening who's been through that and you have these confusing feelings, because the same person who was abusing you is also the same person who was making you meals and buying you presents and taking care of you and doing your hair, that you're not the sick one for being confused about your feelings. And no, it doesn't mean that you wanted to be abused or that you enjoyed the abuse. This bitch is sick. It's something wrong with her. And please disregard everything this degenerate whore just said.
Absolutely. And I will say I did do the work. I definitely went through therapy. I didn't know what happened to me until I was like 31 years old, guys. Okay. That's when the memory of what happened to me came back to my mind. Okay. Well, I don't know what the hell she's talking about I said I was doing all this. I don't know what she's talking about. Show the evidence though. But either way, the memory of what happened did not come back until I was 31 years old. And it took me a long time to go through the work and with therapy, and coming to an understanding of what to do with those emotions of how angry I was at what actually happened to me. Okay, and it only happened once from what I know, and like I said, I was like every bit of 2, maybe 3 at the most. Okay, and the only reason I know that is based off of the house I was in and like the surroundings. That's how I remember how the age that I was, okay, when this actually happened. Those were the years that, living in that particular house, that's where I was. So I don't know what she's talking about, but either way, she has 24 hours to present it. But we are going to talk about her actual past now. But let's go ahead and listen.
You could, and that's the guy. They be like, "Oh, well, breaking was a foster kid." You're right, I was, but my mama ain't never let nobody touch me. My mama ain't never, ever let no man hit me, arm me, touch me, none of that shit. That ain't my testimony.
Okay, so let's find out what her testimony is. Okay, because she actually told the Christian Post a very different story. Let me go ahead and pull down this banner real quick. Bear with me just a moment, guys. And then we are going to present the screen because we are going to listen. We're going to look at tangible evidence of breaking the culture, physically telling us that what happened to her. Okay, so bear with me just one moment. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. Let's take a look at this episode right here, this evidence right here. Bear with me just a moment while it pulls up. I don't know why this is going slow. Can you hear me, Carrie?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? I hear you.
Let me try this again. Oh, this is Hold on, guys.
Oh Lord. Black Lounge Entertainment with Miss Thanks. Mm-hmm. I hope her power didn't go out. It's raining here. I don't know if it's raining over there. Yeah, but this is why this woman's sitting there talking about she doesn't come on here saying she's a doctor or a lawyer. That's because they don't give out those certificates down in dungeons. And with her level of education, she should really stick to talking things that she knows something about. She doesn't know anything about advocating for children. And, you know, it's women like that who say stuff like, if the kid was really abused, they would act this way or that way. Those do be the type of people whose kids be coming to them with stories, and they want to sit there and tell them, you know, well, if you was really abused, you would have done this and that. And they don't know what the hell they talking about. I feel so sorry for the kids who get abused and go to their mothers or their fathers, and they're not believed because they didn't believe the way an illiterate idiot thinks they should have behaved, that they were really victimized. It's such dangerous rhetoric, and that's why people should stay in their lane. It's these weird type of internet people that always want to act like they're experts in fields that they literally don't even have an elementary understanding of. Right? A person being abused while they're a toddler. And you've decided that because she says she still had respect for this person, this means she enjoyed being abused. It's just some of the most outrageous stuff, but all of these AFWs are all sick in the head like that. They want to hide up under the cloak of being an advocate because they want to accuse you of being homophobic, but they're homophobic. You know, they get mad. They say also none of it's genuine. It's just all bullshit. Everything they say is bullshit. And at the end of the day, they want to hunt down Black people and punish them for criticizing them. And that's really all it comes down to. Because anti-Afro has defended and supported many frauds. You know, and many people with genuine anti-Black sentiment. Like, these people have tried to accuse me of being anti-Black, which I never was, and they know it. But they support content creators who talk about murdering and aborting Black male children. They support platforms that are dedicated to denigrating Black men. I've never done that. Any criticisms I've ever made have been topical and focused. And like LV's, well, I'll talk about that on my own channel. Tpri better come back before I get into my bag. I'm guessing her power went out. I don't know what to do. I can't drop the link or anything. I don't think I could share. Should I freestyle?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you came back right before I started rapping.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what the hell is going on with this shit. Okay, let me go ahead and pull that back up now. Hold on one second, guys. So what I was doing was I was about to pull the Christian Post, okay? Andrea Garrison, aka Breaking the Culture of Silence, she gave some very interesting information to the Christian Post when she was dealing with Victor Cousins, okay? So for those of y'all that aren't aware of that story, let me give y'all the backstory on that while I'm presenting my screen. So Breaking the Culture was dealing with a pastor named Bishop Victor Cousins, okay, who's part of a pretty big circle of pastors, okay? Ultimately speaking, she was dating him along with multiple other men, as I showed you guys a little bit earlier, okay? So to make a long story short, Breakin was dealing with this guy, and she ended up lying on this man as well. I don't know why I can't present my screen. Can you hear me, Carrie?
Hey, I hear you fine. Sorry, I had walked away.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure you could hear me. Okay.
We hear
I don't
you.
know what is going on with StreamYard. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on with StreamYard tonight, but this shit is going nuts. So hold on. Let me put this one down and I'll just wait for that one. Told y'all we're gonna be here for a little while, so. But shout out to all of y'all for being in the building. I appreciate all of you. Okay, so I think we got it up now. So this is an article from the Christian Post, okay? Breaking the culture, basically when she was dealing with Victor Cousins and he no longer wanted to sleep with her anymore, she decided to lie on this man and tell the whole world that he was trying to revenge porn her, that he was doing all this crazy stuff to her, that he had threatened to put out her nudes, he had her videos, he had threatened all kinds of other things on her. But turns out she had done quite a bit of lying on this man, okay? Even to the point of stealing checks from this man and writing on those checks and using them, okay? And I have actual proof and evidence of that right here. So we'll talk about that in just a second. But I particularly wanted to bring up this article and read this because I want you guys to hear what Breaking the Culture said about her actual childhood and what really happened to her, okay? Now, this person apparently was trying to take her side when it came to this stuff, you know, and they were literally trying to put out a very salacious story about Victor Cousins, which is kind of a bigger picture of what was going on with Breaking. She is a known church prostitute that ministers have actually sent her and the likes of her, her sister, and a couple of other prostitutes that she's aware of out to actually attack certain ministers. And Bishop Cousins was one of those ministers. I put that in the Vixen Chronicles. I believe it's the first one or the second one where I showed the evidence of that. So you guys can go ahead and take a look at that. But I'm going to read this to you guys and kind of give you guys a background of what she said. It was Halloween night at the 5,000 member Inspirational Bible Church in Cincinnati, Ohio, and Pastor Victor Cousins was wielding the blood of Jesus like a weapon against everything he believes is attacking him and his congregation. Nattily dressed and well-caught dreadlocks, he exuded a self-assured confidence as he spoke in tongues while sauntering across the stage toward a sleek, cross-adorned pulpit that rose automatically from the ground. I plead the blood. I take the blood as our defense. I take the blood as our defense. I take the blood as our weapon. I take the blood as our shield. I take the blood as our response. I plead the blood of Christ over you, he declared forcefully as his affirming followers joined him with hands raised in the din of prayers. It was the 9th day of special prayer at Cousins Church. On this night, he seemed confident he was under the blood of Jesus and forgiven of all his sins. No weapon formed against him would prosper while he is covered by the blood of Jesus. It had also been 9 days since Andrea Garrison, a 30-year-old New York City model, sparked calls for his resignation. Now, this was about 6 or 7 years ago, guys, when this happened. Garrison announced on Facebook Live that Cousins had been involved in a long-term sexual relationship with her and several other women simultaneously, and she won't stop speaking her truth until the church sits him down. In recent months, Garrison said that she thought her relationship with the preacher was exclusive. He even led her to believe that she could become his wife, allegedly, guys, okay? And Cousins kept her believing until one cold day in October, where Garrison discovered he had promised another woman and did not bother to tell her. Cousins initially denied Garrison's claim in a now deleted Facebook post. She quickly responded, however, by releasing a trove of evidence of the relationship they had. Racy emails, text messages, photos, and checks, guys, keep this in mind, allegedly showing the use of money from the church's account. Portions of this trove were also shared directly with the Christian Post. And now listen to what happened here. I didn't take that kindly, Garrison told the Christian Post in a recent interview about the preacher's decision to brand her as a liar. I approached him and said, Can you please take that Facebook post down? Don't call me a liar because we both know that I can destroy you with what I have. Don't do that. And he became arrogant. And so I said, okay, if that's what you want to do. And so I made my Facebook live video. And when I made my live video, it just blew up from there. Now, after hearing from several other deceived, quote unquote, women, she says are too afraid to speak out publicly against Cousins, Garrison wants to use her voice as a wrecking ball against the culture of silence that has enabled rogue pastors like Cousins to exploit women in the Black church without penalty. She is also pushing to mobilize other women who have been mistreated to force churches that have tolerated their behavior to start renouncing their sin. I feel like at this point, it's no longer what he did to me, what he did to the other women, or what he did to the other women. It's no longer about that. It's about the fact that the church allows this, that the church is okay with this. The church is okay with sending threats to people who are just trying to expose something that's bad happening, Garrison said. I'm tired of this type of stuff being swept under the rug, and I'm tired of being pushed at when all this could have been avoided with him just keeping it real. Now, let's go ahead and go down a little bit further. I do want to kind of go a little bit beyond this because I really want to get into what she said in regards to what happened in her childhood. Do you have any commentary, Carrie, so far?
No, I'm going to try to keep it to the minimum so we can get through this. Did you hear me?
Okay, good. Okay,
yeah.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I was still on. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. I'm trying to get to the part where she talked about what actually happened with her. Hold on, I may have passed it already. Let me go back up. And came out. Hold on. Okay, I think it's on the next page. All right, let's go to the next page. Child, this is a mess. She is not the only one, but to do this. Okay, so it wasn't just now. It's alleged that Larry Reed was involved, and that Bernard Jordan was involved in this as well. And then there's some other pastors that were involved in this as well. And I will put the link to that video in this description box so you guys can go and take a look at the Vixen Chronicles and what, in fact, she was doing with this. Now, let's go ahead and go down real quick. She said that she wasn't scared of him. Hold on one second, guys.
She was breaking the culture of him hitting it and quitting it.
She wasn't done with him hitting it and quitting.
I mean, it's like she's not even alleged abuse.
She was sleeping with all these other men at the same time, right? But when she got with the Christian Post, she tried to act like she was some victim. Okay, here we go right here. Okay. Now, we remember what Breaking the Culture said this morning on Remix's panel of how her mother, even though she didn't raise her, even though she put her in foster care, right? She never let no man touch her. She never let no man put their hands on her. She never let her get molested, right? That's what she said about her mother. Let's listen to what Breaking told the Christian Post. I went into the foster care system at age 1.
Damn.
My biological family is very emotional. My twin brother was murdered a couple years ago. I know what it's like to be raped in a foster home. Wow. I know what it's like to be abused in a foster home. I know what it's like to be bounced around. I never had anybody consistent in my life, in all honesty. And he was, and he fed on that. He would throw that at me. That's what Breaking the Culture said about her life. Let's really go ahead and read that one more time. I went into foster care system at age 1. My biological family is very dysfunctional. My twin brother was murdered a couple years ago. I know what it's like to be raped in foster homes. I know what it's like to be abused in a foster home. I know what it's like to be bounced around. I never had anybody consistent in my life, in all honesty. And he was, and he fed on that. He would throw that at me, she said. He used the fact that he was the only consistent person in my life. And being in foster care, when you find somebody consistent, somebody that's always there for you, you latch on to that person. He got me at the age of 20. I was fresh out of the system. I was lost. I was confused. I didn't know who I was. And if you look at the histories of any of the other women, which none of these women exist, guys.
Right. Where
all
are
of
these
our backgrounds
women?
are similar. Where are these women? Right. They may not have been in foster care, but they didn't have anybody consistent. And he uses that. The moment you get out of line, it's the first thing he says to you.
Okay.
So I want to enter that as evidence. Okay. I want to enter that as evidence against breaking of projection.
Yes.
Of her life onto other people, because these are things that she has truly experienced. It's a sad thing, and I'm not that shit. I would never make fun of another woman for experiencing something like that. I've always felt bad for her for being in foster care and knowing that she didn't really have consistent in her life, and the only thing that she really understands as love is what Danny is providing for her. Okay.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the way she's trying to victimize herself as a foster child when she met this man as a fully grown adult woman. She makes it sound like he's going around preying on foster kids when, I mean, quite frankly, to me, the TLDR of this article is this woman was fornicated in the church and thought she was owed a husband. Like, even if it was true that he was fucking all these women that didn't have fathers and consistent family members, yeah, you probably the type of women that was fucking. The women in the church,
right,
who didn't come from that tattered background, probably wasn't gonna be fucking them all in the church like you were. Like, period. So how that's not him being a predator, you know? And she's trying really hard to paint him as a predator when how are you 20 years old and you fresh out of the foster care system? That's at least 2 years.
And I want to make it clear, too, that her foster parents, I'm not sure how many foster parents she had, but I know she did end up with a pretty good, decent family, from what I understand. And they tried to send her to college, right? At that point, she was kind of messed up in the head. You know what I'm saying? I guess based off of her past experiences in foster care, being R-worded and certain things like that. I'm pretty sure that, that can consistently, mess up a child, right? After,
of course.
A child that's conscious of these things happening, right?
Right.
I can certainly understand, it helps you to understand what you're dealing with when you're talking to her, you know what I mean? And why she's
I definitely felt sorry for her when I first met her, but to me, it's like fat people not wanting to get called fat, hoes not wanting to be called hoes. Like, I don't have no patience for people talking to me like I'm stupid. And it's just like again, I like hoes, but you're gonna have to be okay with admitting the fact that you a hoe. You can't be talking to me crazy. Like, I'm not gonna tolerate that, right? And then she was saying all that weird shit about black people. You know, that's when I stopped fucking with Breaking. But this you know, it's very far and few between. But there are kids in foster care whose parents are still protective of them and visit them every week. It's very rare, but it does happen. But she admitted that her mother wasn't one of those people. It was nobody consistent in her life. So for her to be claiming that her mother didn't let anybody, well, I guess if your mom drop you off in a basket on somebody's doorstep and piece you the fuck out at 1 year old, I mean, you could interpret that how you want, but to me, it sounds like your mother wasn't really too concerned with what was happening to you. Respectfully,
yeah, it sounds like the complete opposite of what you said about my parents, right? Where both I grew up in a 2-parent household. Okay, both of my parents were consistently there. They were not drunks. They were not alcoholics. They were not on drugs. They were not abusive and beating on me or anything like that. What happened to me was an isolated incident. Okay. You know, and they had nothing to do with that. And they did everything they could to protect me in life. And to this day, I am thankful to my parents for all the wonderful things that they've done. And they've set me on such a path of success. Okay. There's not a lot of black women that can actually say that. And I am very, very proud to have known that I've had my father. I still have my father. I still have my mother. And I can call them at any given time, you know, and just talk to them.
And the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. I mean, respectfully, all them kids you had, I know you was married, but goddamn, you know what I'm saying?
And you know, I have a very tight-knit family.
And of course you do, right? Like that's why you're not out here saying at least a man wants to slut me out. At least I'm a, you know, like it's very clear whose parents love them and whose parents didn't. Like it's very clear. Respectfully, and no kid deserves.
Being a cam girl is not the same as being a whore in the dungeon. That's not the same.
Absolutely not. Period.
Being a swinger is not even close to that either. Okay, so and that has nothing to do with your parents. Trust me, there's plenty of swinging bankers out here who both their mother and father raised them, okay? And
again, there's a difference between, I think there's a difference between people who are hedonistic for pleasure and people for whom it's their only job skill.
And also they're doing it out of pain as well, right?
Well, and necessity. Like if this man puts you out on the street, what do you have? What do you own? What have you accomplished? Right? So there's a difference.
Set up where he can literally put her and her children out on the street and it would not affect him at all.
And that power differential is always there. Yeah, up until he marries her. And again, I said before, I hope she does land that well. I hope she does. I hope she does, because if not, she's gonna be a homeless prostitute at some point. And I don't wish homelessness on anybody.
Yeah, she was beautiful. She was definitely sleeping with someone else. Hold on, QT. She was definitely sleeping with somebody else. I'm going to put that up right now.
But the way she tried so hard to paint this man as a predator, that he was the only consistent one in her life. Well, I mean, facts are facts. You can't go around in the world acting like a victim because somebody tell you the truth about yourself. And if you ever would have went out and got an education or had something to do with yourself, that man wouldn't have been able to say shit like that to you, but he could, because you were. Your pussy was always your only asset, and that's not a powerful position for any woman to be in.
Exactly. Hey, QT.
Hey, y'all. I had to find that button. Yeah, I just came here to give Carrie some pushback, because you know she be trying to throw me under the bus and she ain't really for me and all that. No, for real. I just one little what Carrie has said about the at 20, because I just got back and I caught that tail end of it.
Yeah,
not the tail end of what Carrie said. You see, but like where you was with the Tpri and Carrie thing, which is valid, right? Which is okay. You're 20, so this is a part that I just want to say, far as that, in that system, they have resources for people who age out, right? So that would be more or less okay. So let's just say you're 18, you age out, right? Well, guess what? They set your ass up in housing.
Yeah.
And there's certain guidelines, right? I also heard the part about, the foster people wanted to put her like in college. Okay, so I'm bringing it home, y'all, because I want to be quick. The bottom line is this. So, Carrie, to your point, right? 20. Yeah, we can say it's saying, right. But I just had to put a stamp on it, like, you people in that situation, they hook you up to get housing, and there are requirements. Okay, school, work, those are the requirements. Okay, you in your own spot. You understand? So the last part that I heard when I was plugging in, the asset. Oh yeah, I agree. Some, some people move like that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, this is what I have to offer type of situation. And at the same time, unfortunately, quote unquote, right, air quotes, black church. Well, yeah, there are many of us who are black who know about the black church. But guess what? Triple that with them other folks that ain't us. They know how to move into the black church too. Do they not?
They do.
Do y'all agree?
Yeah.
They come with the, hey, could you put your name on the list? We're offering y'all this. So, I don't know where she comes from, meaning to land there. But it's a little sus when I equate everything. You're gonna have some housing coming out of that situation. You end up in the quote unquote black church, and you say this is how the black church hides stuff. Yeah, okay. And then we come, like, for real, full circle. Like, when it's all said and done, right? And we all know, we agree, speak up. If you're abused, speak up. When you're violated, all of that. I just got a question, and it's a real fucking question, Tpri. Sorry for the F-bomb.
No, go ahead.
But I'm putting it to you because you dealt with her in a way that none of us have. This is a real goddamn question. Has it ever come up that she said that with all of this stuff, that she has been in counseling and is still in counseling?
No, she's never talked about going to counseling at all. As a matter of fact, that's something I mentioned to her.
And what was her response? I mean, when you say you just mentioned it, like, kind of like,
said,
hey, maybe you should, or did you ask?
Yeah, I encouraged it, right? That's something I encourage to people that I talk to, I'm friends with. If there's something that they're experiencing, and I won't talk about what it was she was telling me, but I did encourage her to talk to a therapist about it. And she was just like really nonchalant about that. She just seemed like she just wasn't interested in that.
Okay. Yeah. And so, and I know I went the long way, like I do, right? Because that was my whole coming, like, this is a horrific story. No one.
Hold on one second. Okay. Me and Mons, I had pulled you upstage. I had pulled you on stage, but I don't think you noticed. So hit the link again if you can. But go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. What the hell are you saying? Respectfully.
Yeah, I'm saying, to hear the story of the foster care system and what Tpri played versus what she's told the sector. I never went through this, but then we find out some shit really happened to you, and all of this. For us meeting her, I'm trying to understand, where did she get some self-help, some therapy, and all this type of shit? Because Tpri said, and you said you said it, Carrie, her asset in her brain is between her legs.
Right.
Okay. I was just saying, like, at 20, yeah, we're adults, but when you grow up in that type of horrific atmosphere, if it's true, right? If you grow up like that, no, your mindset at 20 in that scenario ain't the same as me and you. You understand? However, there are in place. There's shit set in place to where when she aged out,
she
set up with a fucking apartment, Carrie. That's what I'm trying to say. She set up with an apartment, have her own shit in her own
Yo,
space. So she ain't gotta
listen.
rely on between her
She
legs.
Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Listen, respectfully. That was a good note to end on. You see? Okay? We did her Tpri. And I know
I
what
think
she
we good
did
on
is
that.
fun.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I do. Because there's a lot more we're getting into.
She gotta say that it's sad, girl. It really is.
It is.
Like, so
the only reason I brought it up, the only reason I brought that up is because what you're not going to do, like I said, every single time you tell a lie about me and my family, I can tell the truth about you. Okay. So what I need you to do is to stop lying on me and projecting what happened to you and your life onto me. Because these things never happen to me.
That is what they do.
My parents always.
And real quick, because
that is what they do.
Because like I said, I came in late, and see, even just this little bit that y'all just said, because where I came in is the telling of quote unquote her story. And the story, and I said that when I got on here, and her story, what you're playing versus hearing you and Carrie talk about, like her story versus
what
that's
she
why I was
said.
like, right. What my whole point is, like, no matter what, you had help from the foster care system at 18 to get your own shit.
Exactly.
Okay, no matter what, have you been in therapy? No matter what, your treasure ain't in between your legs, given the life, versus and that's that. So that's for you too, Carrie, right? That's what I was coming to say. Like, I'm so like confused with all this shit, like, because I know people who've been through that type of shit. You understand what I'm trying to say? And it's like they got help.
Yeah,
right. They got help at Tpri. I know that I know, because I came and asked you. Did you like tell this person your personal about yours?
No.
Yes. No. I'm talking about way back. It was your child.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? And my point was, you was honest, you was real. But guess what? Can't nobody fucking say about Tpri that she wasn't trying to get motherfucking help for hers. Exactly. And that's living with you. That's my whole fucking point. It's like, that's in your fucking house. Right. That's yours. And you still was trying to make sure, no matter what, I got to do A, B, C, D. And as transitioning out of that system, and they have all these fucking resources, you get more fucking resources than a normal homeless motherfucker. Okay. And so with that being said, part of that, you ain't got no therapy. And that's what I'm trying to say. So me and Miles, I'm here with you too, but I had caught it at the tail end. And I had to come and talk to Tpri, because it's like she dealt with her. That's all I'm saying. So fuck all the victim stories. Fuck all that. Feel sorry for me. Fuck all that. He took advantage of me. No, because it's just like motherfucking being in juvenile hall. Okay. Right. Motherfucking learn how to, you know what I'm saying? A nigga get his prison. You learn how to have some games. Stop fucking playing. Let me shut the fuck up. I'm about to go, y'all. I'm listening to y'all. Hey, I got love for y'all. I'm get my ass up off me, because I was a happy hour. Okay.
All right, girl. I appreciate your commentary, but just to piggyback off of that, I want to make it very, very clear why that was brought up to begin with, right?
Yeah, it's the projection.
I have no intentions to, bash her, to rub that in her face or any of that. Right. But like I said, bitch, every single time you lie on me and my family, right? Because like I said, produce the evidence. You got 24 hours.
Right.
And I'm giving you that long. 24 hours or that fucking story is dead. Okay, bottom line. But every single time you tell a lie about me, I have so much truth about you. The truth actually hurts. Okay, it does. It's fucked up, the shit that's actually happened. And like I said, what you're not going to do to me, Breakin', aka Andrea Garrison, what you're not ever going to do to me is project your stories and your life onto me and my family. That never happened in my family. These are things that were happening to you. Okay? So live with that. get some consistent help for yourself and leave me alone with the lies. Now, did you have any other thing while I pull up the next receipt?
Well, yeah, while you pull it up, it would be just like them to sit there and lie on you. And when you set the record straight, they pretend like you victimized them and you brought it up. That would be the exact type of shit that they pull, right? Where she's sitting up there, my mother never let this happen to me, but she did that. And she, yeah, everybody knows you would have never brought this up if she wasn't projecting her shit onto me. And yeah, I just want to say, I believe in holding men accountable. I believe in holding women accountable. You don't get to go around pretending like you're a helpless foster kid when you're 20 something years old. And her, she be moving her age around a lot. I noticed. If she say she was 20, that bitch was probably 25.
Right, exactly.
She liked to make herself a little help. She liked to make herself younger and more helpless. And like, dude, how is you? And the wild part for me is they gave her this newspaper article, but she has not once actually accused this man of doing anything wrong.
Exactly. She can't really accuse him of anything because there was nothing he did but decide he didn't want to be with her no more.
Her anymore. Like, he's not picking up.
Yeah. I want to look at this real quick from Bree Bouncy. Let me pull up that actual message because this is about, so from that actual article from the Christian Post, she sent them a check, okay, which is consistent with the photo that's in the background, that yellow check, okay? She sent them a copy of that check. And this is what her roommate at the time said. She actually sent this message to Victor Cousins and said, hello, I hate to come to you with this, and I want you to know that I am in no shape, form, or fashion into drama. I'm writing in regards to Drea, which is what they call Andrea Garrison, a.k.a. Andrea Nicole, a.k.a. Breaking the Culture, okay? I'm writing in regards to Drea. Her and I are in a dispute about my rent that she owes. She, I believe, stole a check from you saying you gave it to her to pay my rent that she owes. The check is yellow and has your organization's name and your name on it. I'm not sure if she cashed it. But it was in the amount of $920. I'm only writing to make you aware. Don't believe her lies. She has told me lots of things about you. I've dropped her off at your home and she taken my car to your home. I just wanted to make you, and I'm going to pull up the next one. I just wanted to make you aware of this scam artist. Thank you for the time. Again, I apologize if this comes off as drama. And this person right here is the person that was her roommate that came across those checks that we see on the screen that she sent to the Christian Post, okay? I'm going to put a link to that article in the chat. I'm not going to pull it up, but I'm just going to put a link to the article in the chat. That way you guys can take a look for yourselves. As a matter of fact, I am going to share this one screen. That way you guys can see that, this is not something that I'm making up, something that, we're just coming up with, okay? No, this is actually what she did. So bear with me one moment. Okay, there it is. So Bishop Cousins assures he did not use church money for affairs as some congregates stopped giving, okay? And this is an actual photo of Breaking the Culture with Dr. Victor Cousins, Bishop Victor Cousins, and a check that she had sent to the Christian Post with the name Inspirational Baptist Church, a $200 check, okay? And then you can see the check number at the bottom. She sent that to the Christian Post. Now, my question to Breaking at the time was, how did you get these checks in your possession if you didn't steal them from Victor Cousins, okay? Because your roommate is very consistent with what she said in regards to the check color, what was written on the check, and so forth when she sent this message to Victor Cousins, okay? So how do you explain that? How do you explain how you have these checks in your possession? She says a different amount of the check, right? Which is from what's in here. So it's clear that you have more than one check. If she saw a check for $920 and you have a check with the Christian Post for $200, it's clear that you are the one that was stealing those checks and had those checks in your possession. Okay, let me put that link here in the chat so that you guys can see for yourself this message that is on the Christian Post. Okay, so we're going to move on from that. Let me go ahead and pull up a couple of more receipts.
You know, real quick,
on from breaking. Go ahead.
I thought it was interesting that all this man did was stop wanting to be with her when she turned around 30, and she's showing all his checks and all this stuff to the media just because he didn't want her anymore past a certain age. This is not like he was a pedophile that stopped wanting her when he was 18. He didn't want to be with this bitch no more, right? But it's funny, while she was sitting there trying to snitch on him, she made it clear that she always knew he was seeing other women.
Exactly.
She knew there were other ones. She knew they were around the same age. She knew about these women's backgrounds. She knew everything. So she went on this man in this malicious campaign just because she was butthurt she wasn't chose. It's sad.
It is. And it shouldn't have ever been a problem that he was wanting to be with somebody else, because look how many men she was sleeping with while she was dealing with him. We got the evidence of that right here. These three guys were always talking with one another after the fact. Okay, and they were sending notes to each other in regards to what she was really doing behind their backs. Okay, this particular guy right here is connected to the message that you see up in the top right corner where it says, "I love you, Johnny. I fucking love you so much, and I know my quality of life is going down. I'm so sorry I can't give you a kid. I can't give you what you want out of life, out of a wife anymore." And you know, that was because she had her tubes tied after having her fourth child. Okay, so yeah, she had lied to him though and told him that she was pregnant, and he knew he found out that she was lying, and you know, she was asking him for money to get an abortion and all this stuff and trying to play mind games with him, and he just didn't care anymore. And this guy, she also told him she was pregnant by him, and he wasn't falling for it. She sent him a picture of a pregnant belly and all this other stuff. He wasn't falling for it, and he just wasn't fucking with her. Okay, and then this guy, he was kind of broke, so she really didn't want to be with him like that. She was just kind of in between niggas and dicks until she got with a guy named Leon, where she had actually, you know, he had some counterfeit money. He had stolen, and then she stole some of that counterfeit money. And to this day, he is still looking for her because he wants to kill her because of the fact that she had stolen this counterfeit money. Okay, now that's why she doesn't live in Brooklyn anymore, in the Bronx anymore, in her apartment. I want to move on. I kind of want to show a couple of these receipts, and then I really want to get into.
She looked really different when she ain't got on all that goddamn clown makeup.
Okay, big ass gums. All right, let's go ahead and let's pull that down. I want to show you guys another photo real quick because
the amount of delusion, the amount of delulu it would take to think that a pastor is gonna marry you. You fresh out of foster care, you ain't never accomplished nothing, you don't have no education, you got all these kids, you ain't got no degree, you ain't got no organizations, you ain't helped in the community, and you really think he is gonna drag you up onto that pulpit as his wife? Is that really what she thought was about to happen?
That's how delusional she is.
The delulu of that.
Yeah, some girls think that they kind of cute, they sort of cute, you know, that's just going to get them through life, you know what I mean? But this bitch is old. You're old, bitch. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why.
That's why I can't wait to see her 40-year-old ass make a fool out of herself on a reality show with actual 20-year-old baddies that's smart, that can be quick with their tongue and actually pop that reality. The fact that her old ass is dragging her ass onto a reality show is so funny to me. I can't wait.
Right. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into these next comments real quick because I kind of want to get off of her. Like, I think we've spent enough time on her. Like I said, it's the lies for me. Okay. And I think I showed you guys all of this stuff already about the checks and all that stuff. Here's the thing. You are constantly trying to project onto me what's really your life, right? Such as this brokenness, this person who don't have anything and all this other stuff. And so what you tried to tell them on Remix's channel is that, you know, I was this thirsty chick that came to your crib and you and your boyfriend had to take care of me the whole time, and y'all had to get me there, y'all had to get me back, y'all had to pay my way to eat and all these other crazy things, right? So what I did was pull some actual receipts on this, okay? This is my Amtrak receipts of where I actually purchased this, okay? You guys can see on here, it was about $158 for this trip, and then I paid some extra fare in order to bump it up to first class, okay? So that is my actual receipt of me purchasing my own Amtrak tickets and making sure that I can get there. The reason that I use Amtrak is because they live in Hoboken, okay, or in Jersey City. It's kind of hard sometimes to find parking up in that area as well as in New York. So if you can take, you know, the transit, it's probably best to do that, right? Especially if because you can get around once you get up there. You know, it's not a problem, or even if whatever you want to do. So that's what I decided to do. I left my car in Wilmington at the train station, and I got on the fucking Amtrak and rode the Amtrak there, and then also rode the Amtrak home. Okay, so that is my first receipt of that. And if Breakin has anything that is consistent with her and Danny sending me $160, I think it was $165, something like that, for this train trip, show it. Okay, you got 24 hours to show that as well, along with all these incestual things and this sex trafficking ring that we had. Okay, the second thing I want to show is that I got there and I got on here at 8:13 p.m. As you guys can see, on May the 6th, 2022, at 8:13 p.m. is when I got on the train and was on my way to New York City. Okay, I was going to the Moynihan station. Okay, and that's where Breakin was going to pick me up. So I got up there and we walked around with Shaquem for a little while because Shaquem did make it up there. We had walked around with him for a little bit, and then we dropped him off at his hotel, and then me and her caught an Uber back to Jersey and went to her crib. Okay, now if her and her man had to pay everything for me, right? I want her to help me understand this, and I'm gonna put us. I'm gonna try to put us down at the bottom of the screen. Okay, I want her and her man to help me understand this. How did I get your address on Cole Street in my DoorDash, right? We're going to prove that I actually ordered food to your house that night, okay? So, oh, you know, I got to move us again so they can see it. So this is a completed order, okay, from DoorDash, where I actually ordered some pizza, some fries, and I ordered that to Breakin's house at 30 Cole Street, apartment -- in Jersey City, New Jersey, okay? I ordered this food from a place called Tony Baloney's, which is in Hoboken. Now, y'all know I live in the state of Delaware, okay? There would be no reason for me to order food in Hoboken, New Jersey, which happens to be, because let's look at this again.
Child, the pettiness.
Let's look at this again. Okay? There's no reason for me to order food in Hoboken, right, New Jersey, to anywhere in Delaware, where Hoboken, obviously, in this place, this Tony Baloney's, is obviously just a few blocks from where she lives, according to this map, okay? At 30 -- Cole Street, apartment 25 -- right? In Jersey City, New Jersey, right? If I was so broke and I didn't have no money to pay for myself, right? Like, so what I need her to do is also within 24 hours to show evidence that you guys sent me the money for this fucking receipt right here, okay? That I was so broke, I couldn't even pay $20, $15.55 for some food, okay? That got delivered to your crib.
Well, let me say this. First of all,
I want to show another receipt from this.
Okay, go ahead, babe.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, so you mean to tell me that her teenage son and daughter are sharing a bedroom in New Jersey, not Manhattan?
In Hoboken.
What? I think a lot of us was giving her a pass because she always saying she in Manhattan. They sharing a bedroom in Hoboken?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to say this about people claiming that their boyfriends are so rich, right? Because everybody always talk to us like we dumb, like we ain't never dated nobody that's got some money and this and that. I'm gonna say this: it's men in the world that make a lot of money but also spend a lot. Or they also have a lot of obligations. So people want you to believe that they so goddamn rich, but you don't never really see the lifestyle that's supposed to, you know what I'm saying, add up. Like, where's the luxury clothes? Where's the travel? Where is all this extravagance that's worth you sacrificing all your dignity and safety and everything, right? So, okay, we're talking about Jersey. And let me tell you this, Tpri. If you ever come visit me, girl, I'm gonna feed you. You're not gonna have to get on no goddamn DoorDash. You gonna?
Girl, I wouldn't even care because to me, I was gonna do that anyway, right? And then I want you guys to notice the time. Okay, let's look at the time. Let's look at the top towards the left. Okay, under Tony Baloney's and the address of 263 First Street in Hoboken. Okay. This was on May 7th, guys. Now, keep in mind with the Amtrak ticket, let's go back to that real quick, right? Keep in mind, I got on that train at 8:13 p.m. It takes about that much time to get up there, walk around, hang out, get back in the Uber, and go to this bitch's house or her boyfriend's house, right? And then go and order.
Wait, so she didn't have a meal for you when you first got there? I'm thinking it's like the last day y'all done ate, but you want a little snack more. Girl, if you came to my house and ordered DoorDash.
Hold on, let me finish. This was the first fucking night. Okay? So at 12:56 a.m. is when I ordered pizza and fucking fries with what card? Let's take a look. Visa ending in 0173. Y'all keep that in mind, okay? Now, let's go to the final receipt on this bitch, because my broke motherfucking ass, right? My ass ain't got no money. My ass ain't shit, right? Let's check out one of my motherfucking accounts, okay? Let's look at what I got consistently. Let's see if a bitch was so fucking broke on May the 6th and May the 7th.
Right.
Okay, when a bitch was still at the bank.
Let's go ahead. That Wawa Taco Bell. She ain't feed you none.
Girl, nobody gotta feed me. But let's go ahead.
Yes, we do. I wish you would come visit me and go to Taco Bell. Ain't no way.
First, let's take a look at some things around here, okay? Let's look at a broke bitch's accounts, okay? We're gonna take a look at the date first. We got Wells Fargo checking June 7th, 2022. So we know we're looking at a consistent bank statement, okay? Let's go ahead and pull up again, and let's take a look at the balances and the deposits into this broke-ass bitch's fucking account, okay? For one motherfucking month, bitch, okay? Let's look at that motherfucking shit, number one, okay? Now let's look at some actual transactions, okay? Now keep in mind, if you are dealing with any bank, most of the transactions that you do over the weekend will not come through until Monday or Tuesday, okay? So you will consistently see that on your bank statement the next month around, okay? So let's take a look at some of these things here, okay? Because, a broke bitch wouldn't be able to go to all these places and spend all this motherfucking money, right? I shouldn't have no money to be spending no motherfucking where. Now, let's go ahead and take a look, because y'all can see I'm pretty cheap and shit, right? Now, we got Taco Bell in Bear, Delaware, $9.98, right? Then we got Wawa in Newcastle, Taffy's Food Market in Wilmington, Uber, $8.36, Amtrak, $4, because I did something with my ticket. And I think I showed that on the ticket. It was like a $4 something I did. What's the card number ending in? 0173 for all these transactions. Is that right? So that would mean that when I purchased this DoorDash and got it delivered to 300 Cole Street in Jersey City, apartment 250, that, right? In Jersey City, when I used that same card to purchase food, well, long and behold, that same card is on these Wells Fargo transactions. Let's take a look at the transactions again. Because what I want you to see, bitch, while you lying on a motherfucker, right? How broke a bitch is with $6,000 in the motherfucking account just for that month, right? Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's take a look at what this bitch was buying. DoorDash. Look at that. Look at God, y'all. DoorDash purchase authorized on 5/6. DoorDash for Tony Baloney's, right? Card number 0173. For how much? $15.15, which is exactly what's on this DoorDash receipt that came to 300 Cole Street, apartment 25, clap that, in Jersey City. Okay, now, we're not done. Let's go ahead, because we almost done with this bitch. Let's go back to these transactions again, okay? Because like you said, you had to pay for everything for me, right? You remember that? You remember that? Let's see if you actually did. We had to go, after that, we went to Target in Jersey City. I spent $21.67 there. We went to some other place in Jersey City. I know where that was. That was the bar that was downstairs from your apartment in the same building where I purchased my own drinks, bitch, for $16.44, right? I did something else at the Amtrak for $17. The Uber was $8.36, and keep in mind these Uber trips were back and forth between your crib and the motherfucking bus station, okay, or the train station, okay? And then finally, $61 was Cash App. To whom? To you, bitch. Why? Because I wanted to make sure that whatever drinks Danny paid for me the night before, I paid that back. Now, we provide receipts around here. We don't lie. We don't put on airs. We don't pretend. We don't tell you this and tell you that and say this and say that. No, we show actual facts of things, okay? So I would like you to show again proof and evidence that you and your man had to take care of Tpri while I was in Jersey City with you. I'll wait. You got 24 hours to produce all of this evidence, or bitch, you going back in the dirt again. And I'll be doing another Vixen Chronicles that, trust me, bitch, you really don't want me to put this one out. Okay? You really don't. But, go ahead.
Okay, so I think we can count that as some evidence. I want to say, again, I think everybody could agree it hits different when you find out a teenage boy and his little sister are sharing a bedroom in Jersey. That hits a lot different than in Manhattan. I mean, that is the mo. But I'm going to just say this, too. I'm going to say this. So, whenever you ask breaking for a receipt, she ain't in the sector no more. She don't hear this. She be gone.
Right. She don't speak English no more.
She come back when the heat is off and shit with some new slanderous allegations. But can we say safely say that her saying that a man was treating you so good by letting you sleep at his house and order pizza off of DoorDash for yourself, are we to extrapolate that's what she means when she keep trying to tell us that he treat her so good? Is that when she's talking about being treated good? Because I would be ashamed for somebody to visit my house and to have to lift a finger to feed themselves, unless you was going to be here for like weeks. You know what I'm saying? If I'm welcoming you into my home, you are welcomed into my fridge as well. I don't let everybody up in my house like that. So I'm going to feed you. I got to eat. You know what I'm saying? Right. So why is I'm going to eat and you visiting me and you hungry? But again,
I was quick to go order myself something. I was in Jersey. I love Jersey pizza. I love New York pizza. It tastes very much different up there. I don't order pizza in Delaware, and my kids know. So if I go to New York, I will go get some pizza, right?
Well,
so
see, that's the other thing, right? If you come visit me, not only am I going
chicken down there.
Well, I mean, not only is I'm gonna cook for you like breakfast, the bear me, you coming off the plane, the train, arriving at my house is gonna be some vittles. You know what I'm saying? Number one, anytime day or night, you gonna get some vittles. But if we go,
now let's look at the WSFS payroll at the bottom, my weekly pay at the bottom. Okay, let's look at that. The 1270 78 26, and that doesn't include my my bonuses for that week. Okay, weekly pay from there. Okay, that came in what, 5 days later, 4 days later. Okay, so you can't say I was waiting for, you know, a direct deposit to send you some money, right? I was waiting. You can't say any of that because I had money in the bank already. Okay,
let me put $50 off you. Shit. Yeah. But yeah, not all he did was let you sleep in the guest room, and she's saying you got treated like a queen. Now we know what she
didn't sleep in the guest room. I slept in the living room on the couch.
Oh, that's right, because they ain't got rooms like that. So
yeah, the guest room is his office.
Now we know what breaking mean when she tried to tell us she get treated so good.
Girl, yeah, said I had my own. I had everything. I always come when I come and I go on there. I go travel. I don't expect you to provide anything for me, right? I come with the mindset of providing for myself. Now, if you choose to provide something to me, you know, I'll accept that, right? But I'll never come anywhere broke.
No, that's true, right?
Without having my ducks in a row. You understand what I'm saying?
We're not Shakim. No, I feel you. We come prepared, but if I visited you and you ain't feed me none, I would. That would probably be the end of our friendship. Yeah, I wouldn't be.
She did make some bacon the next morning. She did make a little bit of bacon the next morning. I ate that. Whatever else they was eating, I wasn't into it, so I wasn't.
Right, like I can tell you.
After we did this photo shoot, we went downstairs to the bar, and y'all can see where I paid for my own shit.
Wow.
Shit. Now show me the evidence that you paid for it.
Again, all I can say is now we know what breaking mean when she says she get treated so good. I mean, I wonder if she be buying her own meals and shit around there because woo. I would be so embarrassed if I had a man and my friend came over and was getting treated like that, but she thinks she treated you good.
Child. So anyway, I know I am the queen of receipts. I do not play. I don't give a fuck. I blocked out my account number and all that shit. I don't give a fuck, y'all. This is one of many accounts I have. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to show y'all that this was the account that I used when I was fucking around in New York, and I paid for myself, bitch. And here is the motherfucking evidence of that. You can't dispute this evidence. My name is on.
Most black women pack their own towels, but respectfully, if I was going over somebody's house that wasn't black, I would definitely pack my own towels.
Of course,
because
I'm gonna pack a towel anyway, just because it's.
Me too, but I doubly would if they wasn't like if I'm going over somebody's house that's black, I might pack my own face towels, maybe one towel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But if they wasn't black, I would pack like a towel for every day. Like,
right, child. Okay.
Because I mean, from what I understand, other people don't use towels like us.
Right. Facts.
They be rubbing the soap right in their bodies. Yeah. So
let's go ahead and let's get out of her because I think I'm just kind of tired of talking about her.
Me too, bro.
I want to play a quick.
She said that after she dragged her to filth over them receipts.
I'm saying, like, don't play with me. Like, I'm always gonna come with the receipts, right? Don't play around with me with that shit. Don't lie because I can show the truth. Okay, like she got to start coming to an understanding of that, and she'll be fine. But she better leave me alone.
Let's go ahead never let anything happen to me. Meanwhile, she dropped me off in a potato sack when I was 1. Like,
okay, no make no sense. And you went through all that abuse. I never went through anything like that. But let's go ahead and play this timer, and then we're going to get on to some other receipts here.
Although I never met her, my son would come home and talk about this young woman and a baby. But she has a son that's older than my grandson. His name is Aiden. And Aiden lives with his great-grandmother because the great-grandmother had helped her grandson get custody, and then he ended up running off leaving that baby with his grandmother. So this baby is older than Junior. He would be about 14 right now.
So she has another child older than your grandson?
Yeah, I met Aiden. I met him when he was little. Wait, so Aiden is Andrea's older? His name is Aiden Montgomery.
So you got that's Andrea's oldest son?
So shout out to Aaron in the chat. I wanted to check out, don't block him, guys, because I actually want to check out where he's from. Hold on 1 second. Let's take a look at your channel before I answer you. Hold on, Aaron. Hold on, Aaron. Yeah, Pacer obviously is not yours. So, because it's clear you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, so you just joined this year on YouTube. Okay, so let me tell you, Aaron, I'm pretty sure that you're one of the AFW flying minions, okay, at this point. Prove that I have been touched in federal court. And I'll wait, because my name is Tanisha Price, okay? So prove in federal court that I'm being touched, okay? Other than that, we'll wait, okay?
I just want to say I have $100 on that receipt. I have $100.
I got that too. Me and you both. We put up $100 for you right now. I will drop.
I'll put my email in the chat right now. Since Pacer is our friends, I got I got 100 on. I got 100 friends for you right now.
Drop that in the chat right now. I got you. I promise you. You are welcome to drop that in the chat, and then we will go right there. Or you can drop it to Carrie Ann, and she'll put it up. We'll put it up here. We'll do all of that, and we'll prove, whatever you're saying, okay? But either way, this is not for entertainment purposes. This is actually, Tanisha. Yeah, my name is Tanisha. Tanisha Price.
That's okay, cool. Come get this 200.
Yeah, so we'll wait for you to put in evidence in the chat that I'm being touched in federal court, Aaron, okay? But you're definitely a flying monkey for the AFW if you're over here telling me this inconsistent story that you're telling me to try to throw off what's really going on with the AFW. See, we have been disrespected and touched by the AFWs, and so therefore we are journalizing what we have dealt with them, okay?
Maybe he's not a flying monkey. Maybe he's asked AAS why she's doing that.
Let me finish. Okay, sorry. You got 1 minute. That is 60 seconds that you have to put that evidence in the chat, or you're getting blocked. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and keep.
But let me say, you can email it to me until tomorrow morning. I'll give you all. I'll give you 24 hours.
Okay. So he got 45 seconds now for me
before you get blocked. But you can email me for that 100. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right, because we got an easy
Aaron,
$100 for you. You said my
and
point
I'm guessing you also asked
hold on. You said my point is people are experiencing real life problems, and I'm just inquiring what's the point of all this. If you don't really know what the point is, why are you here? So you got like 20 seconds left. You wasted 20 seconds telling me that, and I just wasted 10 more telling you why are you here, and now we're pretty much down to 5 seconds. And so I guess by the time I click on block, we'll be at the full minute. Okay, so you have yourself a good day, sir. All right. Now, the next time you want to know something, you'll shut the fuck up, sit the fuck back, and watch. Okay, that's all the best you can do. Now, we're going to go ahead and move on. And you still have 24 hours to send that receipt to Carrie Ann. Yes. She got $100 for you. Okay, yes. My $100 has been rescinded. Okay, because you spent too much time, explaining yourself. Let's go ahead and get into the Me and Mine's receipts, because Me and Mine's had talked about some things the other day that Rev G had been doing. Okay, one of the things that she showed was how Rev G was in fact doxing me and some other people within the sector. But let's go ahead and show the first receipt of that, where Rev G did in fact show some information about me and my job, okay? I want to go back and pull this up real quick because he says that the Umar Johnson sector, actually I'm going to read this one first because I want to read what he said to y'all so that everybody kind of understands what he said. The Umar Johnson sector specializes in lying and, of course, not showing receipts. April, me, continues to lie, so I will tell the truth. Context. Tpri and that disgusting couple from Philly were in a vicious back and forth, and at the time, myself and Elle were in communication on Facebook. Tpri has also been lying on me for some time, so we all had issues with her. What lies have I told on him? I'm not sure, but okay. This is what I shared with Elle regarding Tpri. I said no evictions or no other crap, which the reason why is because those don't exist, okay? The truth is, the truth is always undefeated, and ain't that a fact? Do I need to drop defrauding charlatans proof where they wanted his employer and I refused? Let's go ahead and take a look what Rev G said in these messages. He says, hey, how are you? I have some information to share with you. And then she said, great. She said, great. You're good. I hope. Share away. Now, let me go ahead and move us up again. And then he says, hey, Tpri is no longer a banker. LOL. She has been away from the bank since August. And here is how I know. Now, notice the dates of these messages. October 7th, 2022 at 1:35 p.m. And then he looked up the NMLS consumeraccess.org, right? Now, this is an actual website where I showed you guys publicly that I am, in fact, a banker, okay? That I have multiple banking licenses, but one of them is a mortgage license, okay? That one is there on the NMLS Consumer Access website, okay? So he had already looked up my information on NMLS and passed that information around behind the scenes well before I had even said anything in regards to whether I'm at the bank, what is going on, what I'm doing, or any of this stuff. He had already done this for me behind the scenes, even though he's claiming April was lying about it. April specifically said in her message to me the other day when we were doing our commentary that it was Rev G that passed her information about me, right? That was what she said. I'm pretty sure, put a 1 in the chat if you guys remember that that's what April said, okay? That she said it was Rev G that passed her information in regards to my job, in regards to me, and so forth and so on, okay? And here's the evidence of it. Here's the evidence. The funny part about this evidence is that Rev G is the one that enters this into the docket, okay? Me and mine didn't even have to send this, but shout out to her. We're going to read the second thing that he posted as an idiot, okay? This is what Elle said, and shout out to Elle. I actually fuck with Elle. Me and her are cool now. At the time, there were some real misunderstandings between myself, April, GrownMan, and Elle. We are all perfectly fine now, okay? But this is what Elle says. Why can't she keep a place to live, you think? She is broke with a bunch of kids, is what he said. And then she said, thanks. May I expose this with no mention of where I got it? And he said, yep. We sent it to GrownMan via DMP, which is one of those people that were in Remix's chat today, cheering Breaking the Culture on for them lies, okay? And then he showed something that he actually sent. And then she said, driving, thanks, later, send everything you want. He said, cool. Also know that she is doing free streaming? Oh, well. I'm like, what? I don't even know what that means, but okay. So that was the first one. The second one, let's go to that. Let me remove us. Let's move us down for a second. And then he says that she said, that's why she's breaking up. She should have left us alone, right? And then he says, yep, I will drag her until I get tired. Okay. So does this sound like somebody who is being victimized by someone? You know, does this sound like a person who is consistently the victim of me? Or does this sound more like a person who is trying to victimize me? Which one do you think, Carrie? What does that sound like to you?
Girl, you know what it sounds like to me.
I'm just wanting to get your commentary on that real quick.
I'm like, keep going, man.
Okay. Let me get a couple of comments up here in the comment section. You said, I fell asleep. What happened? Absolutely evil, right? Absolutely evil. You said they're trying to get you to confirm your own doxing. No. They've been doxing me. They've been did that a long time ago. You said, so basically they're still looking for you. So try to call 911 or CPS, etc. Exactly. They're trying to get me to tell them where I really live. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But by this point in October, what was that? October 8th, October 6th, I had been gone from the bank at that point. I had left the bank in like September. It wasn't August. It was like late September. I had started the process of leaving in August, and it took that much time to kind of close out all of my accounts and make sure everything was consistent with somebody else taking over that work. And so, yeah, it took me that much time to walk away. But by October 8th, I was done with the bank by that point. So, yeah, but I don't know where, why he thought this was normal behavior
so weird.
To pass this around, even though he's claiming to the public that I'm victimizing him. I victimize him somehow, right? But this is what he's doing behind the scenes with me, okay? Now, he said, she is challenging y'all to pass out coats in the projects, LOL. Now, I remember that, and me and Mize are talking about putting something like that together for this winter, because I do that every single winter. I do coats, hats, scarves, gloves, blankets for the homeless, all kinds of stuff. And we do the thermal blankets and everything. And so me and Mize are thinking about putting that together for this winter, because I'm going to be doing it anyway. But I was thinking of just going on and doing a Philly project and doing it somewhere in one of those projects up there. So shout out to her, because we are currently putting that together. But they were trying to use what I said positively in a video,
right.
To make it like, it's some bad thing, right? And then Elle says, but won't show paperwork or her edges. And then he said, she is a liar. Her life must really suck, right? And I still don't know where they get all this stuff from, but
they just make shit up.
Right. Okay, we'll go from there. And then it says,
they're the victims, though.
Right, they're the victims, but I'm the one being doxxed in his own evidence, right? I'm the one being doxxed in his own freaking evidence, okay? So I just wanted to share that with you guys real quick, before we get on to the next evidence. Did you have?
And has Elle ever shown her edges? Because I seen your edges. Have we seen her?
Girl.
Okay.
I like Elle. Shout out to Elle. We good now. So.
Maybe I missed it. I'm just saying. The projection is wild.
Yeah, projection is crazy. All right, y'all. So let's get on to the next commentary. Shout out to me and mine. She most definitely provided a plethora of evidence, okay, that I don't think they can recover from. I'm not going to lie to y'all, okay? There is so much shit that I'm about to show y'all that, they should have never fucked with her, okay? I don't know what made them think that falling out with April was, the best thing since sliced bread. But, honey, I'm here to tell you, okay? You should have kept her on your good side, okay? But I don't know. I'm thankful that you didn't. I'm thankful that we are aware of what's going on, and everything happens for a reason, okay? So shout out to April and GrownMan for their consistency in what they told us in their interviews and the evidence that they provided. Let's get into first the Corey phone call with CPS and the cops, okay? Now I'm going to put us down towards the bottom. Let me go ahead and also remove this comment because I really want you guys to see exactly what was being said. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So this comment right here is Shitbag Corey is the name of the message, okay? Anti-United We Stand email address is at the top. It's dated January 26, 2022. And I apologize, guys. I don't have the chat up right now to be able to create the polls. So what I'm going to do is just have you guys put a 1 in the chat if you feel like this is credible evidence against the AFWs, okay? Put a 2 in the chat if you feel like it's not, okay? Now, this is from Anti herself, and she says on January 26, 2022, what is this freak up to now? I said I was going to call cops and CPS, so what's his problem? Anti-Afro Svengali, proud anti-fraud warrior, okay? And then me and Mines are the only one responded. He is live right now, blaming this all on his own actions on Rev G because he is guilty. He has a guilty conscience, okay? I'm going to address this later. Now, that is definitely evidence that AAS is the one that was out here contacting CPS and contacting the police on the Slaters, okay, regarding their child. Not only was she doing it, but Rev G as well, okay? She tried to make it sound like it was just me and Mines. Me and Mines said no. I called the number that you provided for me, which was the 1-800 number for National Missing and Exploited Children. But Anti is the one that contacted Child Protective Services and contacted the police on the Slaters, okay? So put a 1 in the chat if you guys feel like this is consistent with substantial evidence against the AFWs and anti-Afro for doxing, once again, and also for swatting, okay? Which is calling the police and calling CPS on people because you just disagree with something they said on YouTube, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys think that that is credible evidence. I'm going to put my 1. Everybody else tell me what they think. I see there's ones coming up. Okay, great. So we will enter this into the docket as credible evidence against the AFWs, okay? The next one that we're going to go to is about Corey, Photon, and Remix. Now, I actually want to preface this one with a couple of things because while we had Remix up there today, right, literally windmilling for the AFWs, right, literally making up stories about people who are telling consistent truth about them, right, and showing consistent evidence of these truths, right? This is what she really thought of him just back on January 25th, 2022. Bingo, you got it. I refuse to allow abusers to dominate my life. And this is the message that came after this one, okay? This is the message that came after this one. I want to make that very clear, okay? So let's look at this one again. Bingo, you got it. I refuse to allow abusers to dominate my life. Of course, Poison, aka Remix, aka Poison Dog, right? Poison is trash, as is Phonyton and Binary. Not starting a fight here, sister, but they are all the same. So this is what Anti really thinks of you, Remix, okay? While you're out here windmilling for this bitch, okay? On some stupid shit, all right? We're going to go on because there's something I think you're going to find very interesting that I happen to have in my possession that came from the AFW's Remix, okay? Now, Binary, a couple of days ago, was on a live stream still trying to blame me for the shit he got into. I told you he was phony. not sincere about being sorry. There is no kidding with their language and what they do to women. They are sick beyond any hope of recovery. See, this is what Anti thinks of Binary, Photon, and Remix. That y'all are sick. And the things you guys do to women, there is no hope of recovery for you. Remix. And then she says, is Corey Slater his real name? And do you have his address? I need to make sure to make these reports. Your quote, dead to me, is spot on. This is how I've moved 98% of the time. Yes, of course, I support you through thick and thin. Your bravery is an inspiration to many. Don't let them drag you down. So that's what Anti wanted to tell April in her love bombing to April. While we were talking the other day about how Anti loves to love bomb people, you know, and play on their psyche and play mental games with them. This is what she was doing with that, okay? So I just wanted to show Remix what she really thinks about you, sir. Let's go on to another Remix episode of what she had to say.
Let me just say, she's so transparent with the whole, they're all evil, but not you. You're strong and good. I so fucking, it's like the same thing over copy and paste, right?
Exactly. Now, Remix, because I know you're watching, I want you to look at the dates of these different emails, because this one is January 25th, 2022. And so we know, at least in January, she couldn't stand you, right? She thought you were sick beyond any hope of recovery, right? Let's go on to the next one, which is dated October 13th, 2021, right? So she still felt this way about you even prior to this. Remix feels powerless. Let Smoke do his thing and let it ride. Don't let them trigger y'all. Let Remix talk himself into trouble. The less people respond, the angrier they get and they slip up. Leave piece of shit Flacco out of it. He's a total nut. Remix is just under pressure and talked personal problems. Let him drag. Yeah, right. Your husband up and down these YouTube streets. Give me a break. Looking forward to it, since Nikki is going to hop her stupid ass right up on the panel and produce some evidence to bury her. I want to go over that for just a second, how she's looking for people to get on panels to argue. So they send people like Stargate and like Remix, who is obviously she thinks so low of, right? They send people like them to pull people into arguments so that people can dox themselves on these YouTube streets. So they can say things about their job or say things about where they work or their family so that they can dox you. And then they'll try to blame you for the doxing. Well, you told us your name. Well, you told us where you work. These are the mental mind games they like to play. Let's keep going. She's going to get up there quicker than Kit. I'm hoping her job didn't tell her yet and chose to watch her. I gave them the sites she goes to. So this is evidence that you most definitely had contacted Nikki's job as well, Anti. Then file a report on Nikki at her job. I already put one in on her last night by phone, and today I'll be putting it in writing. I told them she finances this. I gave several links of her vulgarity while also invoking her credentials, plus super chats. How long is that going to last when she gets her ass fired? So she wanted to get Nikki fired from her job, right? Because Nikki simply comes online and enjoys the company of people that Anti-Afro doesn't like. That is it. And that is all. There's no crime that was committed. There was nothing immoral that Nikki has done. But she has literally told us that she purposely lied to Nikki's job, which Nikki, now you have actual evidence of this. She purposely lied to Nikki's job just to get her fired. She told them that Nikki is financing some whatever she's financing. So what is it that's wrong with sending super chats to someone while you're calling yourself Dr. Nikki Proctor Walden, right? Is there really anything wrong with that, right? Obviously, there
Absolutely.
isn't.
Absolutely. Right. If you are a PhD in literature, you're only allowed to use the AAS approved words, and those do not include cuss words. So invoking her credentials by saying her own name is a federal crime. And when she said bitch, she forfeited all rights to call herself doctor. I think that's a well-known crime.
Right. You know, she can't call herself Dr. Nikki, you know what I mean, or anything.
That's invoking her credentials.
Any money while she's calling herself Dr. Nikki. Because if she does that, that is all the reason to call her job and write her job and lie to them to get her fired. Do you guys see a consistent pattern so far with the AFWs? Because so far,
you want to be a doctor,
and this is happening.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
When doctors get off work, they are supposed to sit upon an ivory tower. And they are to sit there. They sleep there. And then when it becomes 7 o'clock, they're allowed to crawl down and go to work, where they can only use the proper words. And then when they get off work again, they are to climb back atop that ivory tower. And that's how that works.
That's it. Okay, they're not allowed to do anything in between. They can't have any conversations unless those conversations are consistent with AFW talking points. Is that right? Maybe I'm getting
right, because AAS, she can send emails calling black men shitbags. That's allowed.
Right.
That's so we're clear. She can
call us niggers, right?
Right. Okay. She can send cash apps to people to dox other people and to harass them and to attack them. That's all legal. But if you're a doctor and you say bitch or fuck, you are now a criminal, and no university should be employing criminals. Okay? All right.
Okay, we're going to go with that. I think that's possibly a thing. Just to let you guys know, RNT Entertainment is actually live right now. If you guys want to go over, the front porch is open. I did tell him I would let him know that. Let's go ahead and get into some more of these things. Now, I want to finish reading this.
Yeah, and please don't think, guys, we spent a lot of time on break, and there was a lot to be said there. There's a lot more coming up tonight. So thank you for sticking in there. More. We're just getting started.
I spent a lot of time on breaking. I purposely did that because I wanted her to understand, right, that you're not triggering me, with lies, but I can definitely trigger you with your truth, okay? Like, it just is what it is. If you want to keep fucking with me, okay. I mean, I wouldn't want to fuck with me if I was you, but okay. All right.
I'm still trying to figure out if her mom didn't let nobody touch her, how she got touched. Like, I just want to know, like, how did that work?
Okay, like, we trying to figure this out. Now, let's go ahead and get into, let's finish the rest of this. So we know that she falsely filed 2 complaints against Nikki's job and admits to that in this email, okay? Are the feds investigating your complaints or ones against you? It's hard to say with them. They never like to let on as to their direction, even though Anti is always telling us consistently what the FBI and the feds are going to be doing to people, because she knows, like, she got this inside, scoop on stuff. She's telling April here, we don't really know what way they ever going to go. Don't mention the feds, cops to anyone on air. A lot of folks in fear, as they should be. Folks deleting shit. Hold on, April. Hold on. Hey, girl. Hey. What's going on?
So listen, I want to make it.
Hey, me and mine.
Hey, what's up, my Miss Banks?
Hey, girl.
Listen, y'all. I want to make it clear that I never inquired about any of those people. Not Dr. Nikki, not who else was mentioned? Remix. Well, no, I wasn't mad at Remix at the time because of the photo. And we know that it was because where the photo came from that made me upset. So, I mean, I want to make it clear, like, you're about to get into a lot of receipts.
Oh, yeah. And I want to make that clear, too, that April, in none of these receipts do I have anywhere where April is asking them for any of this information.
I was even hesitant to open them sometimes, depending on what she put in the subject line. It was like, you know.
I know that for a fact because they were literally saying not open yet.
See what I'm saying? So it's like, it was weird. That lady was weird. But at the end of the day, yeah, it is what it is. They need to be exposed for who they are. And
absolutely,
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it too. We're gonna do it. I got a lot more to get through. We're gonna be here for a little while. So thank you, April. You're welcome to stay up here too if you want to.
Okay. I will as long as I can. And this way past my bedtime.
I know. I know it's late for you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you can stay up as long as you want to. Okay. Now, let's go on to the next one because, like she said here, she said, "Don't mention, anything about this on air." Okay. She wanted this to be quiet, remain behind the scenes. Okay. Go to the next one. Now, this one I was actually going to pull her video for, but I didn't have the time to do that. So I kind of want to show you guys just one thing from this. And that is, now Anti did a video maybe about 2 days ago, I want to say. I'm going to pull it up on YouTube so that you guys can go over and take a look. Like I said, we provide links, we provide evidence, we provide actual tangible receipts to things. She has been consistently showing us emails between her and Mona DeLeon, okay? And how trying to somehow make it Mona as the sole recipient, the sole actor in this whole Social Security Administration problem, okay? When in actuality, Anti is the only recipient of any of this information, okay?
Right.
And this video was done on, let me take a look. Video was done 4 days ago. So let me go ahead and click in it so I can get the link for it. Okay. Now let me go ahead and put this link in the comment section so that you guys can take a look at it yourself if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Either way, I got this snippet from her video. It is dated, and she's already redacted everything as far as the I redacted a little bit of that email. But United We Stand, we all know, is an AFW email from Anti-Afro herself, okay? Now, this is dated June 27th, 2023, and where she's still having consistent conversation with this person that she is claiming has violated HIPAA laws, which she is mandated to report, okay? Now, keep in mind that she is a mandated reporter of violations of HIPAA practices, okay? As a therapist, she is mandated to report these things if she knows that someone's information is being compromised. As we saw in the Make a Change video the other day from her video of her with the Social Security scandal, it shows that she was talking and knew about this since at least 2020, okay? Now in 2024, she's complaining, jumping all up and down, crying everywhere, talking about we're all demons, we're all going to jail, we all have federal crimes like Aaron tried to come in here and say, all these things that are going on, right? But yet she's still talking with this person as if Nothing ever happened. They are sick, Mona, and you were way long. You were that way long before they came to YouTube, right? Let's go up here so that we can read the rest of this. Did they call your new federal job or the airlines? Rock with who you want, but be careful not to tell any of them anything personal, no matter how much they butter you up or slide up to you. Several of us are making a specific point to stay ghost. They can all kiss my ass and go straight to hell. I don't need any of those demons for anything. And then Mona responded and said some things to her about, I decided to stay with the airlines, better money, and I like what I do. And it gives me access to all these states. FUB, a fold up body, which we know is Shakim, is going to die when I see him in court. Okay. So Mona actually says in June 27, 2023, that she never took the job with Social Security. Okay. But that she actually decided to stay with the airlines. Better money, and I like what I do. So I appreciate you, Anti, for sending us evidence that you can no longer blame Mona for the Social Security bombshell, okay? Because it's clear, according to your records and your emails, that she told you, no, I decided to stay with the airlines. It's better money, and I like what I do. And it gives me access to all these states. Fold up body is going to die when I see him in court, right? Before that, you said, did they call your new federal job or the airlines? And she made it clear. No, I decided to stay with the airlines. And this came after the email of her allegedly taking this job with the Social Security Administration. I know that there are people that have other stories and other thoughts about this, but I want you guys to see what Anti's emails are saying, okay? So shout out to Anti for that receipt. If you guys think that that is a credible receipt, you can put a 1 in the chat and we will decide then whether or not this is consistent and credible evidence. Let's pull up this one where she was talking about Mona DeLeon. Okay? Hey, April, and this was on January 12th, 2022. Hey, April, I meant to send you this the other day. This is the only comment Mona left me under my response to KKC's video last month. She emails me mainly now since he stalks my page. Asshole. She's doing worse than I am when it comes to that bastard. But this time, he had already yanked her wrench in response to another message she left for me. Go ahead and pull that up. KK Cult and his demon harem tried to get Mona to turn against me, and she wouldn't do it. She's paying for it now. And Mona just says, I have a question. I'll send an email. And then Anti says, your questions on this subject, please email me. Now, does this sound like somebody who's trying to get away from somebody who's pulling people's information from LexisNexis systems, and she is a mandated HIPAA violation reporter, and now she's having all these back and forth conversations, whether it's by email or whether it's by YouTube messaging? Does that sound like that to y'all? Because it don't sound like that to me. Y'all let me know. I'll go ahead and look in the comments, and I'll get you guys comments.
Listen, when I read it, right, my response when I read that email, my response a few days later, probably should have sent that, but I didn't even really know Mona except from KKC's chat.
Mm-hmm.
So I just had this weird feeling. Now, this was before Mona started, coming back or whatever. She wasn't back yet, if you look at the dates.
Right.
I just had this weird feeling she was trying to get Mona out here to fight that. Just listen, there are receipts with KKC's name in them.
Yep. Which we're about to get into in a little bit.
So that's what I'm saying. Like she just do the most. But okay, please continue.
We're going to continue. All right. So this is a time where, like I said, if she was so concerned with, someone who she knows and she's jumping from the mountaintops, screaming from the mountaintops now, help us, help us. This person violated our HIPAA rights. This person violated our social security numbers and all this stuff. This is a person that you were consistently talking to over the years. We had 2020. We knew this has been going on since at least December of 2020. We have 2021, 2022, and most of 2023. Now you're talking about this now because you and Mona fell out and possibly, allegedly, she put your information out, right?
Right.
Let's go ahead and keep going.
She wasn't a Social Security bandit until the rabbit got the gun.
She got your shit. Right. It was fine as long as she got D. Darrell or Beautiful Bernice or me or KKC or anybody else or anybody, as long as it wasn't her, right? Not a problem, right? We're going to get into some very damning evidence at this point. Let's look at the information on what happened with Let Me See Your Transcript. Shout out to Let Me See Your Transcript. I know that she has been through quite a bit with the AFWs and their horrible behavior towards her. But we are definitely going to get into what happened here because her job was doxxed, okay? Now let's go ahead and take a look at this email. This is a forwarded complaint of Let Me See Your Transcripts complaint that she forwarded to me and mine on February the 11th, 2022 at 10:19 a.m., okay? The subject is complaint for Let Me See Your Transcripts from the AFW email. Hello all. This is the audio file sent with the complaint against Let Me See Your Transcript. I do have that audio file. That audio file is available. If anyone would like to hear it, it will be publicly available. I believe it's still up, isn't it, Mimaz, or did she take it down?
I'm not sure. I don't think we clicked on. I told you this is one day.
And I think this is the one that was taken down. So I think the audio is not there. Let's go ahead and read what else she said, though, because I think this is important to know. Attached is contact info for San Jacinto College, one of the locations where Let Me See Your Transcript works. I filed with them first. Screenshots were also sent. Let Me See Your Transcript expects and thinks I filed with Houston Community College in Houston. They will be last. The search continues for the high school where she currently works. She's at 3 other community colleges. I will be filing 5 complaints. Now, these complaints, guys, are not consistent with someone who has committed a crime against her, someone who has done something to her, but this is someone who just simply no longer wished to be a part of what she had going on. Right. This person did not want to get involved with the doxing, get involved with the lies, get involved with the treachery that anti-Afro Svengali was doing. And she publicly talked about it. And because Anti thought that she was able to control Let Me See Your Transcript, because Let Me See Your Transcript had, in fact, she had, been consistent in protecting Anti for many years. She had been consistent in, kind of doing work along with her for many years, including looking up information and some other things. This is why she was so angry at Let Me See Your Transcript, okay? So we're just building a bridge here because I kind of want you guys to see the consistency of how it was her that put in, unfalsified complaints against yet another person simply because they disagreed with it, okay? Let's go into this attachment that's at the bottom. This attachment is proof.
Can I make a point real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
You do know that, like, these are emails that a lot of them wasn't open. Yes. I never opened these emails.
Yes.
That's so weird to be sending me stuff that I don't have interest in. Y'all know what I was focused on. I had tunnel vision at that time. None of this was important to me.
Exactly.
All right, I'm gonna go back on Merc.
Okay. So she wanted to make sure that we had a link, right? Anybody that's seen this had a link to get to it. Also, she wanted them to know I sent the complaint to all of these individuals who are history department chairs, as Let Me See Your Transcript works on several campuses. Since she's online doing work hours harassing me, she needs to monitor on department level. And then she decided to put names, phone numbers, and email addresses of multiple people, including board of trustees and so forth, all because Let Me See Your Transcript just doesn't want to be her friend anymore. This is why. It's not because Let Me See Your Transcript committed a crime. It's not because Let Me See Your Transcript did something that was detrimental to her students, that was detrimental to her job, but because she disagreed with Anti, and Anti wanted to relentlessly dox her and relentlessly come after her, is why she not only doxed Let Me See Your Transcript, but she also doxed multiple people that work for these campuses. She put addresses, emails, everything up, your phone numbers.
And then she has the nerve to say that she is the one being harassed. She literally has collected a little gang of flunkies who do nothing but harass people and then turn around and try to pretend like when people criticize their bizarre behavior that they're the victims. It's just so fucking crazy.
It is. It's nuts. And this is why people like Aaron, who jumped in the chat, who just created an account a couple months ago, people like this need to have several seats, okay? Because we know why we're here. Now, whether you want to know why we're here or not is up to you. But we know exactly why we're here. See,
well, Aaron said Pacer is his friend. Where's my email?
Yeah, right.
Pacer's such a good motherfucker.
Did you get it yet?
No, still didn't get it. Still didn't get it.
You ain't getting it? Oh, shit. Okay. They still got another 23 hours, so we'll go ahead and let them rock out for a little bit. Now, let's go ahead and move on because, again, this is Anti doxing these people simply because they disagree with her, okay? And we can see now, based off of everything that we've been seeing, that she has a tendency and a consistent in doing these kinds of things, okay? She's done this with Carrie's job, Nikki's job, and now this job, okay? Let's go ahead and show this one.
And let me just say, she's so proud of herself, as if any of this takes any type of intellect or special skills. It's literally just that she's obsessed enough to do it. But she sits back and pats herself on the back as if she's actually accomplished something clever. It's so bizarre the way that she brags about doing this to people.
Exactly. It's just nuts, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. This is a forward to April. Forward, alert huge. Let me see your transcript, surprise. Go to 0.17 seconds in this video, see below. When you click on that link, that video no longer exists, okay? Apparently, she knows or she was afraid that video would get leaked, okay? And so she has taken that video down. But we all know, based from KKC and some others, that AAS has secret she has secret channels that she sends only her minions to, okay? And they'll go and they'll comment on the channel, they'll comment on the video and stuff like that. But the videos are always spliced and diced videos that she puts together to play mind games with her minions and have them thinking, somebody's talking about them or something like that. Breakin' had even told me about a video that she had done very similar, where she had tried to say that I was saying something about her and that Anti had sent her a link to it. And, and when she got the link, and I kept trying to get her to send me the link, but she wouldn't do it. But either way, she did admit that was going on. This is truly a gift, as we had yet to embark on a serious search into all the places where Let Me See Your Transcript needs to be, quote unquote, touched. Please do not publicly disclose. This is 100% surprise, guys, okay? She wanted to get her by surprise. This has been up since August of 2021, and this is February 18th, 2022 at 12:42 p.m. And this is where she showed a picture of the name of a high school that she claimed, let me see your transcript, was working. She sent this out in a mass email to multiple people, including 8. Okay. Let's go on to some very much more damaging evidence against the AFWs and anti-Afro, and whether or not what she says is consistent in these emails to what she's currently saying now. Okay. Now, most of the sector knows that let me see your transcripts social security number as well as her driver's license was doxxed by AAS and the AFWs. Okay. This has probably been our biggest argument with anti regarding these social security numbers that she claims that everybody's passing around, right? When in actuality, it was only her that passed around social security numbers and driver's license numbers. And we're going to prove that right now. Now, in this email dated January 8th, 2022, from United We Stand, AFW United We Stand, see attached documents as to let me see your transcript. As I've always stated, and I'm going to go ahead and pull us up to the top, that way we can read the rest. As I've always stated, divorce isn't a dirty word. It's just interesting how let me see your transcript spends so much time scrutinizing every single convo, relationship, comment, etc. As to me, I'm not the only one she does this to. It's about time she comes out and talk about her personal life instead of trying her hardest to barrel through the personal details of everyone else. The documents are extremely bizarre. Take 2 guesses as to why this marriage went down so fast and ended lickety-split. The most significant info is let me see your transcripts, social security, and driver's license number that will come in handy for anyone trying to serve her documents or collect judgments. The last document is redacted item that I will be using during a video. Now, as you guys can see, which I made sure was in the screenshot, is the not only her name, Anti-Afro Svengali, proud anti-fraud warrior, right? As you know, who signed off on this email, but there are 8 attachments on this email as well. And guess who pulled the attachments, guys? Yours truly, your favorite cam girl banker, okay? Let's fucking get into it, guys. Let's get into it. This one right here is the first page that you guys can see from the email was there. Of course, I redacted most of what was in this page as I redacted most of what was in every single page. Let me look back here real quick. Okay. I appreciate you coming up, sis. Certainly appreciate you for being up in the building and all of the evidence that you provided for us today. Shout out to you. You are truly, truly the GOAT. Now, let's go ahead and finish up with this. I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
Yeah, thanks for coming up, M3. I just saw that she dropped. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the marriage info, okay, where the petitioner had talked about some things. There's some dates on there that she actually, made sure she put out there for everybody to see, okay? She wanted to make sure everybody knew who the petitioner was, but she kind of redacted and covered some things. I ended up covering up most of the page, but I just wanted to give you, evidence that this actually exists, okay? So you guys can put a 1 in the chat as evidence as we're going along into this, as this is credible evidence, okay? This right here came along with this, okay? So this was the first page, and this was the second page, which is basically a seal from the Harris County Court, okay, and the Harris County District Clerk's Office, okay, with the document number, all right? Why anybody would need all this information on let me see your transcripts divorce, I have no idea. Even if somebody wanted to sue her, I'm not sure what any of this would have to do with trying to sue her. Okay, let's get to this right here, because this is another piece of paper that was kind of written out from Let Me See Your Transcripts divorce records that was consistent with the case. Of course, I covered most of what was on here. Okay, but again, this is evidence that this came from the divorce records and that Anti passed this information on publicly to multiple people. Okay, this one is probably the most damning of them all, because Anti is the one that says that all of these demons in our sector are the ones that are passing on people's social security numbers and people's protected information. However, this email that came from Anti and this fourth attachment that was on there, which, by the way, I did not bring up all of the attachments because it's not our business. I just wanted to show you guys consistently what was in this email and what Anti was passing around publicly in regards to somebody's personal protected information. Okay, as a therapist who is a mandated reporter of violations of HIPAA rights and so forth and so on.
It's almost like the only evidence of anybody ever passing around personal information and social security numbers is from Anti-Afro and the AFWs, and there's absolutely zero evidence of anybody else doing that.
Exactly. And I want you guys, because I'm going to show you guys exactly where it is. Okay, now I did redact, of course, the social security number on the original document is wide open for anybody to see. Okay, the driver's license is also wide open for anybody to see. So guess what? These redactions that you're looking at right now, they came from me. I did that today. Okay, because I was not going to put this woman's social and her driver's license out here, but I was definitely going to prove as evidence and enter this into the docket against AAS of her actual evidence of passing socials around and passing people's protected information around.
But I have another question, Tpri.
Let me get to this one point real quick, and then I'll let you.
Go ahead, babe. Yeah.
So under decree of divorce, on the 26th day of August 2003, final hearing was held in this cause. Petitioner Kimberly L., social security number, and then I got two numbers in there, and then driver's license number, and then three numbers there. That is where Anti actually really did pass around her social security number and her driver's license, and she cannot say she didn't. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just a couple of questions, because I know that Anti said that she was contacting multiple people in Let Me See Your Transcripts professional life as a response to harassment against herself. Have you seen any evidence of said harassment?
No.
Me neither. Okay, so second question. She claimed that she was passing out Let Me See Your Transcripts personal identification numbers because she wants to help people serve her papers or collect judgments. To your knowledge, has anybody served Let Me See Your Transcript any papers or collected any judgments?
No, as a matter of fact, these are lies consistent with hell. We were talking about this yesterday, where Breaking the Culture was even trying to lie to our sector and tell us that she had all these
federal lawsuits,
lawsuits and federal lawsuits against Let Me See Your Transcript. Now it's me, right, and everybody else, and you, and everyone else, and Eyes, and everybody
Dixxie, else. Right?
Bugsy, yeah, she's suing the dog and my cat, and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't seen any paperwork at all against Let Me See Your Transcript. As a matter of fact, the last time I remember Let Me See Your Transcript talking about this, she had made a joke about it, because she was like, I'm waiting on this process server to come knocking on my door, because they keep claiming all these process servers. I'm dodging the process servers, right? And I can't get served because I'm dodging the process servers, right? So that was funny. But no, according to what we see, and maybe Aaron, since he's so good at Pacer, you know,
right?
He can go ahead and pull up these records of, you know, let me see your transcript being sued by Break-In or by AAS or by anybody else in the AFWs. We'll wait, Aaron. Okay,
he should really do that, because if he doesn't come up with these lawsuits or these judgments, it's almost going to make it look like Anti-Afro Svengali is using her professional knowledge of the court system to harm Black professionals for vindictive personal reasons unrelated to any court process.
Exactly. Hey, Joe, I think you're out of town. So, hey, Joe, I appreciate you for being in the building. Ratchet Nurse, Divine, I appreciate
you. Can't come online while you out of town, because LV has a problem with that.
Girl. Thank you for putting up my Cash App, too. He said, got the munchins in my Grady voice. Okay, got him. That's what I said when I seen this shit today. I was like, got him, man. Like, you can't even deny this. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and get into the next one, because this next one, guys, oh, you know what? We have to end. Hey! Oh, you know what? No, I'm not. I have yours, too. So let's you know what? Let's do this one. I want to do something else real quick, because I want to play a timer for us.
Well, and I wanted to say, too, while we're recapping the fact that
I'll just let you talk.
Okay.
I'll pull up what I need.
Okay. While Tpri has shown evidence of Anti-Afro Svengali maliciously doxing somebody who used to be in her camp, one of her inner circle, she made the comment that she didn't like how Let Me See Your Transcript was watching her every word, after we saw her timestamp down to the second where Let Me See Your Transcript had accidentally for a millisecond shown some material that had the name of her employer on it, right? Like this, she watches our content just to try to ruin our lives as punishment for criticizing her. Let Me See a Transcript was only valuable to the anti-fraud warriors because of her attention to detail and her willingness to help them gather information on people. And I do think it's fair to say that a lot of people were drawn into that organization believing that they were actually doing something that was a benefit to the community. When Let Me See a Transcript distanced herself from these people because she didn't want to be part of the doxing that had obviously become malicious, she hasn't behaved that way anymore. So it's just like with Mona, this woman who had been sharing all this private information about people. Since she's distanced herself from that organization, she hasn't shared anything with anybody. And they've continued to lie and say that she shared people's information with us, their social security number. But again, where are these receipts?
Right. Like, show the receipts. I'm really sick of these people just talking and getting emotional and crying and screaming on, you know, these little baby panels and stuff. Why don't y'all just show the evidence like we're doing, right? Because that's what we're doing. We are journalizing all this. We are showing the evidence of it. Everything will have timestamps. Okay, I haven't done that from yesterday's video, so I'll make sure those are timestamped, and I will timestamp this one. So I'll be working on that after the show, as well as into tomorrow. Okay, I am ready to share my screen. Let me go ahead and remove this first, because we are finished with the Let Me See Your Transcript receipts. And after this receipt that I'm about to show, I have one other receipt. I'm not going to show the receipts for you. I think I'm going to wait for that for next week.
Okay.
But this was pretty heavy.
I was bracing myself. I know, like, here we go.
So this was a lot, and but I think this one is a little bit more important for us to show. So
okay,
I'm going to show this one, and then I'm going to show one additional receipt, and then we'll be done. We've been here almost 4 hours, y'all. Okay, let's go ahead and share this real quick. Remix.
Ciao.
Hello, sir. Yeah. See, I always get the last laugh. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you.
Yeah, because let me tell you, Remix was talking real big and bad about how I had repeated that he beat up his mother and it wasn't true and I didn't see any proof. And I was like, I could have sworn I saw proof. So I'm gonna be revisiting this again, because I don't want to be lying on nobody.
No, I don't either. Now
right?
I'm going to be very honest about this this background check. Okay, there was a background check that was generated on Dennis Dixxie on November the 11th, 2023. So this is a very, very recent background check that was pulled on Dennis Dixxie. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at what's on here. All right, and the things that are in this record. Now, there's quite a bit of stuff in here, but there isn't any thing that would necessarily dox this guy except for his address, date of birth is halfway there, and his age, okay, at the time. Okay, so at the time of November 23rd, 2023, this is where this guy was at, okay? And this is his age, and this is the name. And everybody knows he's from Chattanooga, okay? Had a couple of phone numbers, email addresses, that kind of thing. These are some of the old addresses that kind of match up with what Pillsbury had shown on his channel. Shout out to him, okay? And then I want to purposely show you guys this email right here of youngdixie1985@gmail.com. That email is connected to his actual YouTube account. Okay, so
oh my God,
let's keep going. Darlene Appleberry is his mama. She lives at 5216 Central Avenue. Okay, so this is consistent with the information that is on here. Okay, now she's 63 years old. So before he runs and tells that and says, "That's my girlfriend," no, that's his mama. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with this guy. Now,
can I just say, I didn't know it was going to show that. I just want to say we do not contact anyone, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing this for anybody to contact anybody, for anybody to write his mom or anything along those lines. This is all information that could be looked up online, and this is public information. And according to the AFWs, anything that is online is fair game. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see if whether or not he actually does have multiple charges. Okay, now there are some charges here. I want to make this very clear before we get into this criminal record. Okay, this possible criminal and traffic records, which is 54 records on this guy. Okay, and I want you guys to notice the consistency of the date of birth of this person and the location, okay? Now, I want to say this. There are some of these that were dismissed, and I'm going to make sure that I make it very clear which ones are dismissed and which ones are not, okay? So, we got the Hamilton County in Tennessee. This one says dismissed for misdemeanor domestic assault on August the 13th, 2018. Okay, this is the case number right here. All right. Let's go ahead and keep going for the second record. August 13th, 2018. I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
No, girl, I'm just bracing myself. Oh my God, this is so much. Go, okay.
Okay. No, I mean, because see, niggas want to play with me. You know what I'm saying? And they want to call me a liar, right? So I'm like, okay, this is the receipt night. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put these receipts in, okay? Now, August 29th, 2018, General Sessions, guilty plea. So he pled guilty as well. Looks like he pled guilty to a lesser charge because these dates are consistent with each other, okay? Now, General Sessions, guilty plea, misdemeanor. So he did plead guilty to resisting arrest, obstruction of justice, or legal process, okay? Let's keep going. The third one, same guy, same date of birth, August 29th, 2018. This was a disorderly conduct that was dismissed, and the dates are consistent with each other, the 18th of 2018, okay? August 18th, 2018, okay? Here's the next one. Same thing. This one is domestic assault again, And this one was dismissed on the 29th of 2018. Okay. Let's get this one, record 5. This one is same guy, same date of birth, August 13th. Guilt. This is all connected to those other charges we just looked at. This is a guilty plea, again, of resisting arrest or obstruction of legal process. So again, he's pleading to lesser charges from higher charges. Okay, we went from disorderly conduct, misdemeanor, to domestic assault, dropped, to resisting arrest or obstruction of justice. And we know how our legal system loves to give us deals, right? And this kinds of things. Now, let's go ahead and go out here. And the reason I believe is so that we can go out and keep reoffending. But let's go ahead and keep going.
It's a lot of pages to this shit. Good Lord.
There's a lot. It's 54 records. Okay, so let's go ahead. The same date, same guy, August 13th again. Again, another dismissed disorderly conduct. And then we go down to same date, same guy. Well, this is a new date. So this is the same guy, same date of birth. But this is another date. This is May 15th, 2014. And this was criminal trespassing. And this is guilty. So he pled guilty to criminal trespassing on June 30th, 2014 in Chattanooga. The arrest details, actually, it was, June 30th, 2014. Okay, and he was arrested June 9th. Okay, so he did plead guilty to that. Here's the next one. Same date, 5/5/2014. Criminal trespassing. This one's disposition not provided by the source, but if you keep going, it is 5/5.
And he's around 30 years old in these, right? So he's fully grown.
He's fully grown at this point. Criminal trespassing, Chattanooga. Let's keep going. And that one, it just said it wasn't, the disposition isn't known. Okay.
Right.
Now, this one is from November 29th, 2013. This is dismissed per the DA for domestic assault for the 2/19/2014 case. Okay. Well, actually, it was 1/4/2014 when he was arrested. Okay. So this was dismissed by the DA's office, but it was for domestic assault. But notice how many domestic assault charges he has picked up over the years.
Yeah.
So we're at 24. We're in 2013 right now. We were earlier looking at domestic assault charges in 2018, right? So he's consistently had multiple domestic assault charges. Okay.
Yeah. And criminal trespass is also an interesting charge. Isn't that when you've already been told like not to be somewhere and you keep coming back there?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So, he has this issue with, kind of doing this.
Emotional dysregulation, can't do what he's supposed to do.
Right. Like he can't figure out that this is not the right thing to do.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to go on from that. Let's go to the 11th record. Same guy, same date of birth, Hamilton, Tennessee. Another this is the same domestic assault, 2014, 2/19/2014. The original date was 11/29/2013. And this one was dismissed by the DA on 2/9/14. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Again, same guy, same date of birth, Hamilton County, domestic assault. This one, same one, dismissed. Okay, so this is the same case number. Okay, same date, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the dismissal. So this isn't multiple domestic assault charges being dismissed. This is one charge, okay, that has been dismissed from one date. Why they have it on here so many times, I don't know. I'm assuming it's because this has been verified. The 13th record, same guy, same date, Hamilton County, new case, July 23rd, 2013, General Sessions guilty plea of criminal trespassing again, but it's for the same date, okay, of 2/19/14, all right?
Yeah.
But he was arrested, so it looks like he had multiple charges from multiple days from 2013. One of these says July 23rd, 2013, when he was arrested. Another one was in November, right? Let me go look back and look at that real quick. Yeah, November 29th, 2013, right here, right?
Yeah.
So this is consistent arrest dates for the same charges, domestic assault as well as criminal trespassing. And keep in mind, it's at the same address as his mother. Now, we're going to go ahead and keep going. Same guy, date of birth, Hamilton, Tennessee, Hamilton County, Tennessee. We've got July 23rd, 2013 again. This was the criminal trespassing, but this disposition wasn't provided by the source. However, prior to that, we already see that he pled guilty to this very same charge. Okay?
Okay.
Because you can see consistency with the case numbers. So this case number 151-62664, and this is the same number, 151-16264. Okay?
I think they might have duplicates if maybe they're getting reports from two different places.
Exactly. Like these public record companies will get multiple agencies that are reporting stuff. Okay, so anyway, we know he pled guilty to this particular charge.
Yeah.
The next one, same guy, same date of birth. We only on record 14. Same date of birth. Date July 23rd, 2013. Remember that date, guys? But we have the same case number, right? Disposition not provided, but this is the criminal trespassing that we know that he pled guilty to. Okay, same thing here with the same case number, pled guilty to this. Okay, let's go on. This is the same case number again for the criminal trespassing, same dates. This is record 16. Brand new case number. Okay, we got July 29th, 2010. Okay, the date was August 12th, 2010, when it was dismissed for another criminal trespassing charge. How many criminal trespassing charges do you get? Like, how many times does that consistently happen over an extended period of time? Like, you don't just accidentally get, criminal trespassing. I can see you accidentally getting multiple, traffic tickets, right?
Yeah.
Over a 4 or 5 year period. But to get accidentally getting criminal trespassing charges, I don't think that's a thing that actually exists. I think that's consistently somebody who's consistently doing some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And they're consistently getting caught and they're consistently going to jail for it, okay? And then, these charges are either getting dismissed because they're pleading to a lesser charge, or this person is pleading guilty to the charge, okay?
Yeah.
This is the same case right here. The criminal trespassing dismissed in 2010, okay? Same case here. Source not providing. And this one here, let's look at this case number, right? Case number 1405395, right? You got that
Just
case?
try to remember the last 395. That's what I do.
So we got 395 here again.
Yeah.
Criminal trespassing, okay. And then this is a new case number. All right. So we've got same guy, same date of birth, Hamilton County, Tennessee. New case number one ending in 157. The date is February 8th, 2009. Okay. That was 15 years ago. This dude been doing this shit all this long, evading arrest, but he pled guilty to this. Okay?
Well, if it was evading arrest, that he must have been pleading down from something else. Like that's an accompanying charge, right?
That's an accomplice charge, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. I think it was this the same case. No, it's a different case number. New case number 158. Okay, but it looks like they're pretty close to each other. So the numbers, let's look at the numbers again. 1347157, and this is 1347158. So it's clear that these two are together. Also, they have the same date. Okay. This one is a guilty plea of criminal impersonation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm looking that up.
It gets worse, guys. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, Dennis.
Criminal
now, we got on the
impersonation.
21st record, we're at the 157 again, where we have a guilty plea of evading arrest. Okay. The 157, this disposition wasn't provided by them, but we already know that he pled guilty. Okay. Let's go to the next one. This is the 158 case again. Guilty. Pled guilty for criminal impersonation again. Okay. And let's go again.
According to Justia law, a person commits criminal impersonation in Tennessee when they, with intent to injure or defraud, they assume a false identity, pretends to be the representative of a person or organization, pretends to be an officer or employee of the government, or pretends to have a disability. This one might be as simple as the police asking him his name and he lied.
I was going to say that. I was going to say, like, I'm wondering if they would come and be like, "What's your name?" And he'd tell him his name is Andre Harris, right? Knowing his name is Dennis Dixxie. You know, and then they find out after looking at his ID and whoever he beat on with these domestic violence charges, you know, they say, "Oh, his name
he was trespassing." Or he was trespassing again.
He could have been trespassing.
Nothing else in his criminal history makes it seem like he's sophisticated enough to try to perpetrate a financial fraud. He just be out there being a knucklehead, it looks like.
Oh yeah, it gets worse than this. All right, so let's go. So we got the criminal impersonation, the guilty plea. He pled guilty to that on February 19th, 2009. That is consistent with the evading arrest guilty plea and the criminal impersonation. So that's what it sounds like, that the day he was arrested for a domestic charge, he actually, or the criminal trespassing charges, he was evading arrest and impersonating someone else.
Ran and then lied. Yep. Because he shouldn't have been wherever he was. These are just guess and speculation, obviously. And Mia Mines is right. She says it's a component to DV. I'm guessing that the criminal trespassing is like his mom or his girl. He shouldn't be there, right? They've gotten him trespassed, but they let him come back, as people often do. And then when he started acting a fool again, they call the police on him. Put out.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so let's go on because I kind of want to get through this. I'm getting tired now. So we got another domestic assault. This is October 4th, 2006. Okay. Yeah. And this was dispositioned in 2009. So it appears that he was running with this case for some time, but this was dismissed. Okay. And the offense was assault. It was assault. It doesn't say domestic assault. It just says assault. Okay.
Yeah.
The next one for the 27th record is a different case number, October 4th, 2006. Okay, yeah, this is the same one, the assault one. Okay, the dismissed assault. Same one this is a new one. This is August 3rd, 2006. He entered a guilty plea. Possession of a controlled substance. Okay, now we're going to get into a little bit of that because I'm going to have you look up something real quick, Carrie.
Yeah. I was already looking this one up, but go ahead.
He pled guilty. Yeah, go ahead and look that up. He pled guilty to this one. Okay. He pled guilty to this actual charge. Okay?
It's what counts as a controlled substance. That's what we want to know, right?
Right. Now, we're going to look at the next one on the 29th record. This was August 3rd, 2006. Resisting arrest or obstruction of legal processes. Okay. Guilty plea. He pled guilty to that. I want to look at the dates and the case numbers on these. So this was August 3rd, 2006. This was also August 3rd, 2006. So these two cases are together. So the possession of the controlled substance and resisting arrest or obstruction of legal processes all together. Okay. Let's go to the next one, guys. So, record number 30. Now, you said Dennis, aka Remix, aka Poison, right? You said that Shakim was lying about you being in possession of crack, right? That he was lying about all this, that he made this up, right? Well, long and behold, this actual report on you came from your friend Anti-Afro Svengali. Okay? Just so you know, sir, how your actual records got out here.
I have this list when you're ready to, but keep going.
Okay. Now, Dennis Dixxie, same date, Hamilton County, Tennessee, case number 1229662, date of August 3rd, 2006, which is consistent with the dates here for these charges of resisting arrest or obstruction of legal processes, as well as possession of controlled substance. Well, guess what? We don't even have to look up what the controlled substance is, because it tells us what the controlled substance is. You were in possession of crack cocaine, sir. Now, what I'd like you to do is look up, because I looked this up earlier. I looked up the difference between possession of crack and
distribution
with intent. Okay. There are two differences in that, and I think it's important that we share that. And I'd like you to share that. I'll go ahead and pull this down, and we'll go ahead and share that. But I want it to be very clear that this is a record that clearly on 9/28/2006, Dennis Dixxie of Chattanooga, Tennessee, pled guilty to having possession of crack cocaine. Nobody made that up. Nobody's lying on you, sir. Now, what we will do is give you the benefit for just a moment of whether or not you were possessing crack, right? As you know, a crackhead would usually do, or you were possessing crack.
Okay, yeah, I got that too. I got a couple of screens to share. Okay, so
I'm gonna go ahead and unshare this one.
Okay,
and I'm gonna let you share your screen.
So first, really quickly, so people can see where I'm getting this, I looked up, well, you know, what is a controlled substance in Tennessee, because I don't think they're the same in every state, right? So here, this is from the Tennessee something. It's something that mental health service providers refer to. Can y'all see that?
Hold on, I got to put it back up on the screen. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay.
So yeah, just so people can see where I'm getting this, I pulled this up. It's a mental health resource, what's considered a controlled substance in Tennessee, right? This is from the Tennessee Board of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. So that seems pretty credible, right?
Yes, can you put the link in the chat? That way they can get to it. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted people to see that. Here, I'm dropping that in the chat right now. 1 second. I wanted people to see there's hundreds of drugs on this list, including crack and cocaine. It's in alphabetical order here. You can see like meth and barbiturates and all that stuff. But like stuff like cocaine, because I was like, where's cocaine if it's in alphabetical order? They have like appendages here. So some things like cocaine are in their own little list here. You see how it's got cocoa leaves here and then everything that's derived from that.
Okay. So crack and all of that could be there.
Right.
Okay.
So it could have been anything on this list, including crack cocaine. But I just want to be clear, what is not on this list is marijuana. Okay.
Okay.
What is not on this list is mollies. Okay. These are all hard drugs. Okay, I just want to be clear about that. All right, so anybody can go look at that list themselves. All right, so then I looked up the penalties because I'm looking on different law sites to try to figure out like what's the difference. And this is Patton and Pittman. These are lawyers in Tennessee, just so you can be clear. I'm getting this from a Tennessee source. And of course, this is just a quick Google search, but this is what I found. And here's what they were the only lawyers I saw that really broke it down by what a criminal wants to know and not all this legal gobbledygook, right? So point blank period, anything less than half an ounce, right, is just simple possession. And it's nobody out here that's selling cocaine and crack, right? That's got less than half an ounce on them.
Right. Also, nobody is holding crack cocaine for any of their friends. Okay. I don't know anybody that's holding crack for their friends. You know, we not doing that kind of
You
stuff.
ain't gonna hold a little crack for me, girl. You ain't gonna hold a little crack.
I might hold your
weed. You ain't gonna hold a little crack for me.
I'm gonna hold your weed for you though. I ain't gonna hold no crack.
As if a crackhead anywhere is parting with their crack under any circumstance,
right?
Any amount of time. So if anybody
that's why he was. That's why obviously that's why we're gonna go ahead and pull this up real quick. That's why on this possession, right? Mm-hmm. When you go back to the same days that he was pleading guilty to this, which was on 9/28/2006, he also pled guilty to resisting arrest or obstruction of legal process, which could mean that he had tossed that crack or he had tried to get rid of it, right? And they weren't.
Yeah.
He tried to swallow it. It could have been anything, right? And then also the possession of the controlled substance, which is consistent with the same date. So again,
so they probably had to arrest him and then they tested it, right?
Right, exactly. Did you want to add anything else from your records?
No, I just, crack is crack. I mean, there's nothing more to say.
Pretty much. Yeah, and so I wanted it to show real quick that this record is coming up consistently. So it comes up on the 29th record. Well, it comes up for resisting legal processes, the controlled substance on the 28th one, and then the 30th one is the crack possession, okay? The 31st one is the resisting arrest, pled guilty. Now, keep in mind, he also pled guilty to that crack possession, okay? Ooh. The case number is 122-9662 in Tennessee, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, possession of crack. He had a $75,000 fine from this, okay?
Wow.
Yeah.
From possession?
$75,000 for possession.
Not 7,500? No, that is 75,000.
Yeah, it says 75,000.
I wonder if that's a typo.
I don't know. It could be. I mean, but who's to say that this is his first charge, right?
Well, we might
have multiple possessions of crack charges, and if that's the case, they will have a substantial fine on you for that.
For possession, though? God damn. Yeah.
If you keep getting caught, I know, like here in Delaware, if you keep getting caught with drugs, they'll put you in jail for like 10 years. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
It is. When they really just need help, right?
They need help. Yeah. So what is $75,000 judgment? How is that helping anybody? Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah. And I think it's
on the 32nd record, this comes up again. I just wanted that to be clear.
And it says 75,000 again.
Yeah, and it says 75,000 again. So it's not like this isn't a consistent record. Okay, this is something that definitely happened. Now we've got another domestic assault. Oh no, these are kind of the same dates, so they're starting to repeat now, right?
Yeah.
But either way, this is Dennis's record, okay, that he claims doesn't exist, and that we're all lying on him. That he is this upstanding AFW who has done nothing but good and done nothing but wonderful things to while he's been a part of Anti-ST.
Wait, so was there anything about his mother?
Well, the domestic assaults were consistent with the same address as his own mother.
Yeah.
Yes. And consistent with the same time frame. So yes, that's where that comes from. Okay.
Oh.
Now, and also I have a receipt that I'll show another time. I'm not going to do it now because I didn't get a chance to upload it. But somebody did send me some evidence of that too. They tried to send that.
Yeah, I could have sworn I had saw some evidence of that. But I mean, isn't it fair to say that he could have been beating up his girlfriend in his mama's house?
That's fair to say. I just want to
put that out there.
I did remember seeing some evidence of something concerning his mother, and that's why, I'd like to look at the evidence that I have of that. So I'll go back to that at another time. But ultimately, I really wanted to go into the domestic assaults itself because it doesn't matter whether it was his mom or not, and also the cocaine possession. Hold on, let me finish.
Respectfully, beating up your girlfriend is one thing. That's really deplorable. But beating up your mom is like people beat up their girlfriends every day, B. You know what I'm saying?
but they don't be beating their mother every day, right?
Mom, yeah, so I'm not comfortable putting that jacket on nobody if we don't have no evidence of that one, because that's a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me go ahead and finish with the final receipt for the night. And then we are going to, I do have an interview tomorrow to do, and also an interview to do on Sunday.
Hang in there, girl. I feel you clunking out. I hear you, girl.
And I'm going to tell you the truth. I ain't going to hold you. I said I'm looking to do another Vixen Chronicles, but that's if I have the time. And also, like I said, I think I put her in the dirt enough tonight. You know what I'm saying? Where I don't really need to go and dig in her ass anymore, right? But if she keep coming for me, we probably gonna have that 6, okay? And that one is diabolical. I don't think she wants to
I feel you, girl. After whatever joke of a reality show comes out, though, I might have to. I can't wait.
Girl, if you still believe she on a reality show, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'm just saying it's like this Shot Kim thing. I hope her dreams come true, because if this 40-year-old bitch thinks she about to parade around in front of some actual baddies trying to convince them to girl. Oh shit. Please let her
all right,
over
listen, let me get this final one out, guys. Okay. Now, this is the one that many people in the sector were looking for when I did the interview with GrownMan the other day. Now, GrownMan was talking about how he had gotten paid by Anti to come after people in the sector, okay? And, you know, that she wanted him to privately do this. She didn't want anybody to know that she was sending him these payments and so forth and so on. He had talked about this on one of his videos and actually had a picture of a PayPal receipt on the thumbnail. It was like a partial picture of the PayPal receipt on this thumbnail, okay? And he said that, you know, he had received these payments in order to go after people that he was already just not fucking with, but Anti also had a problem with, okay? Now, let's go ahead and pull this up so that you guys can look and see whether or not this is consistent. And what I'm going to do is put me and Carrie backstage real quick so you guys can read this. So I'm not sure if you guys got a chance to read that or not, but I'm going to go ahead and read it to you. This is from Afro on November 20th, 2021. It is a Walmart follow-up to The Only One, which is, of course, me and mine. Here's the receipt, which needs to be shown to collect at any Walmart in PA. Be sure to thank GrownMan again and remind no mention is needed at all online. My thanks to y'all is the only one needed, okay? Now let me go ahead and put us at the top real quick. Anti-Afro Svengalis, proud anti-fraud warrior. At the bottom of here is where me and Mines responded and said, you can send it to GrownMan because he has, you know, a Cash App, okay? And what she wanted to do was send it to Walmart. And if you guys look at the actual receipt, the receipt on the right-hand side says the date is November 20th, 2021. The time is 5:25 p.m. And the tender's information is Andrea Stewart at blank Broadway, apartment 28 in El Cajon, California, 52021. I don't know what that, 92021. And it had her phone number on there, okay, which I blocked out, of course. Now, the recipient's name is Eric, and then everybody knows his last name. The destination was United States, and the destination state was Pennsylvania, which we all know they live in Philly, okay? It was going to a Walmart 10-minute service. And here is the reference number of 674-211-578, which was on and consistent with the thumbnail that GrownMan has on his channel. The date available and for pickup was November 20th, 2021. The amount for the first one was $150, and the amount for the second transfer was another $150. So this is just proof that Anti had sent GrownMan at least $300 to go after people that she disliked on YouTube. What you think about this?
I mean, girl.
Damning, huh? Now, here's the thing. Because they could argue, oh, well, I just send me people money all the time. What reason would you have to send this married man $300? For what? For what? And you wanted to thank him and be sure he didn't talk about it online.
Well, and it's like, did she send it through Walmart so she could dox him too to make sure she knew his real name and everything? Because what a weird old lady way to send money. You're not Mexican. Only people I know send money like this are Mexicans.
It's Mexicans, exactly. I don't know anybody in their right mind that's
what American is doing that? Yeah, what American is
just literally send you that through Cash App or through Zelle, you know what I mean, or something like that.
PayPal, Apple Pay.
Right, exactly. But this is, what they provided to show us that, this is in fact proof that this woman, Andrea Stewart, at 8 Broadway, apartment 28 in El Cajon, California. Thank you, Anti, for, providing evidence that you do in fact live where we thought you lived. Okay. And your phone number and all that stuff, because I have it all unredacted now, by the way. Okay.
It's interesting she doxed herself, though, but not them. He didn't have to put his address.
He didn't have to put his address.
What a weird way to send money. It seems so criminal or like weird and like so like,
well, she didn't think this out. She didn't think this through. She thought, back in, let's look at the date on this email. The date on the email is November 20th, 2021. She thought they would never turn on her. She thought that they would always be her friend, right? They would always be cool. We would always have no problems. As long as we dislike the same people, we're all going to be, besties. That's what she thinks, right? So she never thought for a second that this receipt, April would have it, and April would be able to use it as evidence that they were actually doing this. And so to me, it sounds like this is consistent with GrownMan's story, right? This is consistent with,
I mean, why else would she be sending him money?
Alan to come after this person, to come after that person, because I wasn't fucking with the person, and Anti was sending me the fucking money. I never got no money from Mona. I got it from Andrea Stewart. That's where I got it. And that's what he said. I asked him. I said, did you ever get any information or did you ever get any information or did you ever get any payments from Mona? And his answer was no. No, I never did.
Her trying to make Mona her fall guy is so stupid because there's no motive. Mona didn't have a problem with any of us.
Exactly.
She doesn't have these emails with Mona's obsessing over second 17 and our fucking timestamps, all this weird shit. Like, what would be Mona's motivation? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
None whatsoever. Which is why I'm hesitant to say Mona was pulling people's records, right? Like I said, and then even the email that Anti showed, right? Let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. Even that email that Anti had in her on her page, right? On her video. Mona actually says in the email, which is, I find funny with these two, how they always implicate themselves. Rev G and Anti always implicate themselves in crimes, right? where she said, well, no, I decided to stay with the airlines, better money, and I like what I do. And it gives me access to all these states. Fold Up Body's going to die when I see him in court, right? So, but it seemed like here she was trying to like grab and see whether people called her job or if they called, which job they called, right? Did they call the new federal job or was it your airline? And Mona let her know, no, I decided to stay with the airline. Better money.
Well, I've always said behind the scenes that I've never seen any proof that Mona works for the Social Security Administration. Like I've heard her say that, but I've never seen any evidence of that. And even if I did, like, I said behind the scenes, I find it hard to believe that anybody would just throw away a good job like that for some internet stranger bitch they never met. Like I would have to see proof of these things.
Yeah. Now at the top of this, Mona says, 2 men called my job. Both refused to leave their names and were laughed off the phone and was told to call the cops, right?
Yeah.
And then Anti's response to her was, they are sick, Mona, and were that way long before you came to YouTube. Did they call your new federal job or the airlines? Rock with who you want, but be careful not to tell any of them anything personal, no matter how much they butter up to you or slide up to you. Several of us are making a specific point to stay ghost. They can all kiss my ass and go straight to hell. I don't need any of these demons for anything. Now, keep in mind, she wasn't ghost in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Right.
This has been everywhere in everybody's chats, channels, looking everything up. And this was just last summer. Okay.
And she does need us for a purpose in her dead ass life because ain't nobody checking for her. She is the one trying to get us fired and everything. And the thing, I believe Mona was lying in this email anyway, because what airline is about to tell a random stewardess that somebody called a random customer service number? Like, that's not a thing.
It's possible that they could have. I'll tell you how I think that that's possible. I think that if somebody called, because somebody can call your job and remain anonymous, right? And then make complaints about you. And then your supervisor gets a hold of that. And then they can probably tell you about it. Like, hey, we got the call today, but we weren't really worried about it. We told them to call the police. I don't see why they wouldn't tell her that.
Really?
And she also talked about it. And Shakim admitted to calling her job. And they were arguing back and forth online about that. So Shakim did call the airline. He called 2 of them.
Oh, well, I guess if they knew some specific info, because the AFWs were helping them. Because I'm like, dude, I'm pretty sure people complain on stewardesses like every fucking day. Like, who is really even writing that shit down? Like, bye. You know what I'm saying?
But he probably told them some stuff like, oh, she stole my Social Security Administration stuff, right? And all this other shit.
Yeah.
And then, because, I don't know what he told her, but he did admit that he had tried to call her job. Yeah,
he want everybody to be like him, unemployable.
Girl. But the part that's damning about this that Anti put up on her own video, which I put a link to earlier in the chat, she said in this email list, in this email string, I'm getting tired, girl. I gotta go.
I know.
In this email string, she says, I decided to stay with the airlines. Better money. And I like what I do. Okay. So I get it. I'm not saying that, the people that have been victimized by this woman or not, I'm not saying that you haven't. That is not my intentions of what I'm saying here. All I'm saying is we need to take the evidence of what we have. We need to look at the full picture, right? Mm-hmm. And then we need to come to some real conclusions about what is credible and what is not. Right? Like, that's just the bottom line.
Yeah.
So this is my final information here for tonight. Again, like I said, I do have two interviews that I'm doing this weekend. One is tomorrow at 4:30, and the next one is on Sunday at 3:00, I think it is. Okay. So I appreciate all of you for being in the building. I know that I wasn't in the comments as much as I could be, but it looks like everybody's pretty consistent with all of this information, definitely being credible information that we are going to enter into the docket against Anti-Afro as evidence, as well as Rev G as evidence, breaking the culture as evidence against of their, crazy bullshit and their behavior online towards us. Any final comments, Carrie?
Yeah, I appreciate you for doing this. However many people are watching it now, and the fact that it'll be available as they continue to harass people, it'll be a valuable resource just to have this stuff kind of out there. Whereas, like you said, your videos actually have receipts in them, like literal receipts, as well as legal documents, email correspondence, proof. Mm-hmm. What Umar say? It's not. It's. I forget what he said, but you know what I mean. Yeah. I'll say that I think that there's one thing that occurs to me as we went through these receipts today is, we know that her platform, Anti-Afro Svengali's platform, has shrunk a lot. Her fear of influence has shrunk a lot. And it's weird that the only people who really managed to stay around her are all kind of like the dregs of society, career criminals, people who can be bought for $50, unemployables, alcoholics, prostitute hot wives, a pervert who can't hold down a job, gang members. I think that one white lady was bragging about her being involved with a gang member and felons and all this stuff. And like everybody that's kind of everybody that's got a family, a real family, not some nigga that's pimping you out to his friends, a real family that's involved in their kids' lives and didn't abandon them, whose kids don't be begging them to get out there. Like normal people have all moved away from her. And the type of people who have stayed around, it speaks for itself, and that's really my final comment.
Yeah, definitely. As Spottom is saying here, mentally delayed individuals, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Birds. Yeah.
Bird bitches and hoes.
Racist. People who actually
think that it's normal to be, pimped out and these kinds of things. These are the kinds of people that she deals with.
People who call black people niggers, people who go to white people's churches and lie about black people looking for sympathy all the time, bad built, fat, weird bodied people, just a bunch of weirdos. You know what I'm saying?
Just a bunch of people that's beating on people and possessing crack cocaine and all these other things. Okay. Yeah. So who are really the AFWs, right? Are they these anti-fraud warriors who run around looking out for the black community? Or have they been so far with the evidence that we have presented that I feel is most definitely credible? Have they been proven so far to be the criminals, to be the weirdos, to be the ones who are constantly coming after people, to be the one who are to be the ones that are constantly doxing and constantly attacking people? Or are they victims? Because if they are, right, and I challenge you guys, those people who somehow, like the Mashonda Knights, right, the others who somehow, some way just need what Anti is saying to be correct and to be right, I need you guys to ask them, right? Because you guys are adults. You have your own minds. You are, you have your own heads. You have your own thoughts on things, okay? I need you guys as adults to challenge them, to show you evidence of the things that they say. They can no longer just tell you things. With all of the evidence that we have presented tonight, right? Between all of them, all of the things that we have presented tonight that are completely inconsistent with the things that they are telling you, why don't you ask them for the evidence of what they're saying, right? Ask them for the evidence of everybody else doing all these things to them that they claim is going on with everybody else in our sector. I ask you to challenge them to this. If they are telling you the truth, right? If they are being honest with you, they should not have any reason not to show you what they mean, okay? And what they're talking about. Because we just showed you full evidence of what we're talking about. If there is all hearts and minds clear at this point, we are going to end the show. You said, I disagree with some of the drones do not have their own minds. Well, I agree with that. I think that they should, though. I think what I mean by this is, that the that they should have their own minds, right? And that they need to start asking questions. But I'm particularly asking the people. I'm not talking to the Stargates and the remixes, right? Because I think they're kind of a lost cause at this point. No problem, sis. I appreciate you being up and helping me out tonight. I think that they're kind of the lost causes in this situation. I think I'm talking about the newer people that are kind of confused on whether, what's right and what's wrong, what's correct and what's not, right? What's true and what's not true, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and let me get Drama's channel real quick. Hold on one second, guys, because I want you guys to go ahead and check out Drama because he is live. Hold on one second. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. All right. And he's actually talking about anti, so shout out to that. Let's go ahead and get over to Drama's channel. I appreciate that, Carrie. Thank you. And everybody else that's in the clouds, I appreciate you. Redbone, I appreciate you. My opinion, I appreciate you. Everybody that came out tonight, me and mine, all of the consistent work that you did regarding this, truly appreciate that, sis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot ask you enough. I cannot appreciate you enough for that. Other people that have provided receipts as well for today's show, I truly, truly appreciate you guys as well. And guys, with all hearts and minds clear, we are going to end the show today. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace, guys. And thank y'all again for watching.